Ah, shit. Now you can hear me? Damn, man. I should have tested it earlier. Okay, cool. At least we got to know that at the starting of the stream. Thanks, man. Devinex official. Really appreciate it. So basically, I was just saying that in this stream we'll be talking about O1 Mini, and the model is amazing. The results are amazing. We can see it directly. They are claiming that they have fine-tuned it using reinforcement learning to on a chain of thought reasoning process. So today we are try to explore it, go into the depth of the model, and see what it is doing, how it is solving different questions, to speculate what it might be doing on the inside if we can try to imitate something like that. So yeah, but the results, if you think about it, compared to GPT-4o, which was their earlier state-of-the-art model, the results have a significant jump in them. Like in CodeForces itself, you can see like I have like you can't the ChatGPT 4 model that they had earlier, which was considered to be the best, had a I think it stopped on around 500 rating at CodeForces, and this one reaches 1650. And there was another model that they released that they had fine tuned on some IOI dataset, some question dataset, and that one achieved a rating of 1807. Now 1807 on CodeForces is something on its own. So yeah, that's all I have discussed till now, and I was just reading about how the model works. So obviously it is a capitalist OpenAI company that doesn't tell you transparently how the model works, what it is doing. There is no open source thing going on here. But okay, we can try to speculate what it is doing by what they have told us. So let's see, let's read this and then we'll try to break down their approach. So we train these models to spend more time thinking through problems before they respond, much like a person would. Through training, they learn to refine their thinking process, try different strategies, and recognize their mistakes. Now, claiming to think is a very tricky thing now. How do you define thinking? Like, I don't know how they are defining thinking, but I guess what they mean is the chain of thought reasoning is a bit iterative now, so the model can think different chain of thoughts, different directions, and then it can try and select which direction to go ahead with. And if that doesn't work out, it can go back and try to go through a different tree altogether. I think that's what they mean by thinking, because I don't know what else do you mean by that. So they're through training they learn to define their thinking process, try different strategies, and recognize their mistakes. I think this with this sentence they are referring to their reinforcement learning training. So basically, I think while they were training it on the chain of thought reasoning process, they must have focused on generating more of this, see if the chain of thought reasoning generated by the model has different strategies in it and it can recognize its mistake or not, and try to penalize it on the basis of that. So in our test, the next model update performs similarly to PhD students to challenging benchmarks tests in physics, chemistry, and biology. We also found that it excels in math and coding. In a qualifying exam for International Maths Olympiad, GPT-4o correctly solved 13% of the problem, while the reasoning model solved 83%. Now, going from 13% to 83% is a significant jump. Now, and considering that there is not too much of a technological advancement, but it's mostly just fine tuning and how you use the LLM, what you do, at least that's what it is on the show of it. I don't know if they have changed anything inside of the model itself. Okay, so their coding abilities were evaluated in the contest and reached 89th percentile in CodeForces competitions. So let's open this link. I think here they have shown their rankings. So yeah, exactly. So here you can see that in, I think there was one here, right? So yeah, on while they trained the O1 model and fine-tuned it on the IOI question dataset, it reached a 1807 ranking on CodeForces. 1807 ranking on CodeForces is crazy high. Like in my college days, my friends who were 1800 or even 1600 on CodeForces, they were like the best in DSA we had in our batch. So 1807 for a large language model is amazing. Okay, the screen is stuck now. Okay, a lot of bad things happening, is it? Fuck, need to be better at this. Why is it stuck? Okay, I don't know how it works. Let's see. Display capture, window capture. We can go to hmm. Okay, it is not seeing this. Um, just give me a second, guys. I'm really sorry. Okay, now is it visible? The brave screen. Need to become a professional streamer. Come on, son. Come on. Okay, let's continue. So I was just showing you these texts, these results basically from OpenAI. Doesn't really matter. I have not written anything right now or explored anything that should be visible on the screen. I've spoke everything that I said. So cool. Thanks again, Devinix official. What man? I really am doing bad at this. I need to do more testing on this. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've uploaded a live stream. I was just lost in too many things, too many changes in life. Crazy. Maybe it's a topic for another day to talk about. So yeah, so they were able to achieve 1807 accuracy. This is amazing. Everything about the model, you'll see it's just perfect. It's cheaper. Like even if you look at the API cost, it is cheaper than GPT-4o, and it has better reasoning. Now they were also claiming that it is not that good on different tasks as such. Like ChatGPT would be better for you in like the 4o model, but it will still be better in terms of if you're focusing on creative writing or something. Because I think they are saying what they're saying is that for they have fine-tuned it specifically for the STEM based model, so science, technology, economics, and mathematics. I think, yeah, that's the full form, right? In India we don't use STEM as a terminology. So okay, so we have read till here. As an early model, it doesn't yet have many features that ChatGPT useful, like browsing the web information and uploading files and images. I think we can anyway integrate it through RAG models, so that is not much of a problem. Images and stuff, yeah, that could be tricky, but again, image to captioning models are again taking up a storm. So if you have a very good reasoning model, I think you can integrate various things with it and things should work out. But I guess in my test for RAG, it focuses too much on the instructions that you are giving it and is not able to perform really well in terms of the RAG pipeline stuff. So I'm not sure if it is really good for RAG right now, but we'll have to test it and see. So for my more common applications, GPT-4o would still be capable in near term, but for complex reasoning tasks, this is a significant advancement and represents a new level of AI capability. Given this, we are resetting the counter back to 1 and naming the series OpenAI-o1. So that's their introduction. That's how they are explaining it works. So let's see if they are more understand if we can gain more understanding from their blogs how it is working. So for now we understand that it is using some kind of a fine-tuning technique. Let's try to ask it some questions and see how it is performing as well for ourselves. Let's go to CodeForces. Shit, you'll have to see my really bad ranking. I just did 2 contests in CodeForces in my entire life. I'm not good at this. But okay, so let's take a problem at hand. So let's say, what problem should we take? Okay, they're claiming it to be 1607, right? The GPT-o1 mini model. So we'll start simple. Let's start with the 1100 problem. I don't know what's the best way of inputting this. So let's see, let's copy all of this for now. It should work, right? If I have to format everything and think about prompts itself, then what's the use case? Let's see, O1 mini, let's go, boom. Let's see if it's able to generate an answer for us or not. Like it can navigating Freya's movements, determining the optical moves, identifying the minimal moves, evaluating conditions, thinking, determining minimal n, breaking down each step, handling edge cases. Wow, it seems to be doing a lot of stuff. Okay, and one more thing I read in their article was, okay, let's let it get completed first. Mapping out strategies, evaluating various scenarios, confirming the formula. Okay, so one more thing I read is that they have not publicly showed the actual chain of thought it uses. This one is the summarized one, or somehow they have transformed this chain of thought, because they were saying that if we show the original chain of thought, there might be chances of jailbreaking the model and trying to understand how it is working. So they, to avoid that, they have used this kind of a, this is somewhat of a, what do you call it, pseudo or proxy chain of thought that it is using. So okay, let's, I want to go too much into code right now. Let's just see if the code works or not directly. Um, wow, man, you shouldn't. One more thing, the funny thing that I noticed instantly is that you shouldn't forget to import sys, man. You need to import sys. You need, you just can't ignore, man. Are there many more any more import sys? Make sure to import your sys, man. It's really important in coding. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to cope up because it is very close to taking away my job. But okay. Let's see if this works or not. Okay, it has passed some tests. Let's see if it works. Okay, it's taking a while. Okay, wow. So this one got accepted. It definitely can solve 1100 problems. That's nice. I'm not even sure if I can solve them. I don't want to look stupid trying to solve them right now, but okay, great. Now we know one thing. It was able to solve an 1100 problem. Now let's try to level it up. Let's go for a 1400 problem. Let's go for this one. Sakurako's box. Right, so Sakuraka has a box with n balls. Each ball has its value. She wants to bet with a friend that if a friend randomly picks two balls from the box, it could be two distinct balls, but they may have the same value. The product of their values will be the same as the number that Sakurako guessed. Okay. Okay. Since Sakurako has a PhD in probability, she knows that the best number to pick is the expected value, but she forgot how to calculate it. Help Sakurako and find the expected value of a product of two elements from an array. It can be shown from the expected value for has the form of p by q, where p and q are non-negative integers and q is not equal to 0. Report the value of p into q minus 1. Okay, so you have to calculate expected probability. That shouldn't be too difficult, I think. Yeah, let's see if a model can do that. A cool reasoning model. Yeah, if you can. Smooth sail at this point. It's a 1607 rated model, right? Let's see. It's thinking right now, piecing together pronunciation, calculating product pairs, calculating expected value, breaking down the process, piecing together the expected value, mapping out computation. Okay. Okay, it took less time to think for this one than the previous one. Oh, what happened? Okay. Yeah. What do you think, guys? What do you think? How is it working? How would you go about fine-tuning the chain of thought of a model? So, for those of you who are not aware of chain of thought reasoning, so what happens is, okay, let's go with a simple model. Let's go with perplexity labs.perplexity.ai. Cool, I remember the link. I've used it enough now. So let's see, let's go with a smaller model for now. Let's go with 8B instruct. So what I can do is, let's try to do a simple task. Let's try to calculate the mean of these numbers. Okay, very easy. Let's see if ChatGPT-4o can do this. We go with 4o, create a new chat, and we'll say calculate the mean of these numbers. 10 to 11 by 2 5 by numbers. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Therefore, the mean is here. Okay, let's see if the 8B model can do this. I will use the same prompt. And I want these experiments to be as scientific as possible. Okay, yeah, it is also able to calculate it. So let's try to do it for a more difficult problem. Should we just increase the numbers? That should make it more difficult for the model, right? The lost in the middle problem. Okay, let's see. Or maybe it is able to formulate it because it is a natural progressive series. Okay, let's try to trick it. Let's do the same problem, 1 to 10. Let's use their 9. Let's see if it is able to identify the difference. Yeah, everything is correct. Cool. Let's say, let's delete this. We don't want it to use any history, any of the previous reasoning. And refresh this. Ask the same question again. Yeah, create a new chat. Boom. Okay. Fuck. Too much lost in thought. What do you guys give me a question in the chat? What do you want to guys ask? What do you guys want to ask ChatGPT-o1? We can ask it some questions here. I don't know what happened to my English back then. Okay, so let's say calculate the mean of this. So calculate the mean of these numbers. Analyzing the mean of the given number is 5.6. Yeah, that is correct. But does ChatGPT do this analysis part? Okay, it did function calling for this one. Okay, amazing. There was also some way of triggering the function calling part of ChatGPT. I'm not sure what it was, but okay. Like, let's do it with this one without using any history. And let's go calculate the mean of these numbers. Let's see what a small model will output. Okay, it is also able to output it correctly. So this will not work. We'll have to increase the sequence length. So let's see if this one can do correctly. Calculate what is the mean of these numbers. Let's try to do it without its function, without triggering the function calling of ChatGPT. That should make it more interesting. So we are not triggering the function calling. We are trying to not trigger it. Okay, it's still analyzing it. Triggered it automatically. Let's see if we can delete the history, create a new chat, and now if it works. We just want to fool the model to give us the wrong output. Okay, 10.81. Okay, it's doing the function calling part. Really nice. Wow. It doesn't really work that good often, but now it is. I think it's trying to prove us wrong, guys. Come on, give me a tricky question so that we can prove ChatGPT-o1 wrong. Let's see what's the output for this one. What's larger? Okay, yeah, that should be interesting. Count the values 10.29. Okay, so this model I think did it incorrectly. The answer was this, right? I am assuming if it is using function calling, it should be correct. So let's ask this one. Let's first ask ChatGPT-o1. What's larger? Again, in a new chat, I don't want to use any history. What's larger? 9.9 or 9.11? 9.9 is larger than L1, but 9.9 is closer to 10, while 9.11 is slightly above 9. The reasoning is correct. And let's see if our small model can do this. Actually, I think there may... Wow, even after telling it, the answer, the model said, no, there is a misunderstanding. 9.11 is larger than 9.9. Okay, so I guess smaller models fail on this one and ChatGPT-o1 doesn't. We want a question that ChatGPT-o1 fails in, a mathematical question, so that we can test it. Okay, so some of the questions that I know ChatGPT-o1 fails for sure, that is the famous question, how many hours in the world strawberry? You know, this question is so interesting if you read about this one. So the people have tried to explain it, but there is always some weird reasoning or something that happens. So what's happening is it always says 2 hours in the word strawberry where there are 3. Now the tricky part is if I change the spelling of strawberry even the slightest, let's say I use browberry. Yeah, it's a hypothetical word. No word exists like this, right? I've just changed the S to B. Now let's see how many R's in the word strawberry. There are 3 R's in the browberry. So somehow, like the explanations I have heard regarding this is that the embedding model that is used, right? It somehow embeds the word strawberry in a way maybe closer to the words that have 2 R's in them or something, that strawberry always get 2 R's, while if you create a hypothetical word, let's say strawberry, it gives the right answer. It calculates the correct words. So the problem is somehow that it doesn't, again, what OpenAI is claiming for this model, the model doesn't think. In these kind of questions, the model has not think. What it has done is it has just seen the words, it knows the embeddings, it knows what it knows, and it just predicted the next word instantaneously without thinking of too much probability to the other words. It gave a very high probability to the first word that came to its mind, and then it said there are two R's in the word strawberry. But when they introduced a hypothetical word, the embeddings were larger. So this word was split into multiple words, and somehow that triggered the model to think into more thinking part. And right, so not exactly thinking because it is just predicting the next word, but somehow it assigned lower probabilities to the first word it thinks that come will next, and that's why it was had a better chance of picking other words than the first word that came into its mind, giving it more chances to go into a reasoning style answer. So that's what they are. That's what some of the explanations say about this question. Let's say if ChatGPT-o1 mini is able to solve this question correctly. So we are on O1 mini. Let's create a new chat. Let's say how many R's in strawberry. Thinking. Okay. Wow. So yeah, O1 does think more, I think. The thought for a second part helped. Now it has not printed any chain of thought reasoning here because I think this is all of what it thought. So okay, let's think about whatever we are learning about the model. Let's create a list for that. So online notepad. Uh, cool. Let's see. I don't know what's this. I don't even remember. Okay, so the first thing we learn about the model is it thinks. The thinking doesn't necessarily need to trigger that chain of footprint every time if it's simple enough. Just and it gives the reason in the answer itself. Right, that's what it is doing. But the tricky part is, I think that can be a bit on the UI or the logic side also. Maybe if the chain of thought reasoning is below some certain length, then they just say that fine, there's no reasoning for this, you just use this directly. So that could be one of the reasonings that you could have it as a logic directly. But okay, let's think from there. Do I have that link open? Yeah. So from their side, what they claim to be doing with this model. So chain of thought, yeah. Similar to how a human may think for a long time before responding to a difficult question, Owen uses a chain of thought when attempting to solve a problem. Through reinforcement learning, Owen learns to hone its chain of thought and refine the strategies it uses. It learns to recognize and correct its mistakes. It learns to break down tricky steps into simpler ones. It learns to try different approaches when the current one isn't working. This process dramatically improves the model's ability to reason. To illustrate the leap forward, we showcase the chain of thought from Owen preview on several difficult problems below. Okay, let's go with the coding question. Write a batch script that makes a matrix represented as a string. Okay, so we want to transpose this matrix using a bash script. So let's see what ChatGPT 4.0 gives us its reasoning. Okay, so again, classically, ChatGPT 4.0 just tries to predict the next word. Don't try to go too much in the reasoning. Just starts writing code without thinking, without doing anything else, and it just outputs some code. How to use it in script, blah 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 blah. And the answer is wrong, of course. So, okay. Now let's see what. Okay, let's try to create our own problem like this. Let's try to create a simple problem that ChatGPT 4.0 doesn't solve. So, write the code to transpose an array, 2D array using Python. Wow, would it work? Range line 0. So it is J is traversing through. Okay. Um, now we don't have to use the library. We don't need to worry about that code. So what it is doing is, so for every J in range matrix, but it will, if you go for the whole array, it will reshift the matrices, right? Okay, it is creating a new. Okay. It is using more memory. We need to ask it to not use more memory. Uh, don't use any more memory. Try to replace the matrix elements in place. Okay. Yeah, that also seems correct. The code seems correct. But this will not work for yeah, this is only for square matrices, right? Does it explain it? Yeah, correct. So are you a Mac grad? Yes, I am a Mac grad who is currently working as an AI engineer uh, in Bangalore. Just a journey I have to. So, okay, that also works out. So let's try to do another problem. Transposing a matrix, it can do. It's a very common question, right? Let's try to ask a question that is not readily available on the internet. A simple Python script question. What question can we ask? Why am I not able to think of one? Write the code. Should we ask it to calculate the quartiles? Is quartile some difficult problem? Interquartile range of set of numbers. We can ask it to calculate the interquartile range for a set of numbers. We can see if ChatGPT-o1 can solve this. I know the stream is named We Are Exploring ChatGPT-o1 and I'm exploring 4.0 more because I'm trying to find a problem that 4.0 can't solve so that we can move forward to GPT-o1, see if it can solve that or not. Or if it can, how it is doing it, and can we try to imitate the same thing using some kind of prompts to on the transition. Man, seems like a quiet journey. Yeah, sure. I mean, it was mostly just me coming back from my college classes, sitting at my place, exploring everything that I found amazing. So when I was first introduced to AI, I was just amazed by the idea of having another intelligence. Like, okay, so the basic thing that interests me about AI, or what made me take this path of on this journey, was that we humans think in a chemical fashion, right? Our hormones change, our values change. It's a very, like, the fundamental principle is very chemical, and there is some electrical impulses as well, but mostly the neurons itself, the synapses that form between the neurons, everything is very chemical. But when you come to AI, it's purely mathematical. There's no intuition behind it. When you see a dog, you see a dog, right? You understand a dog. You intuitively understand that it's a dog. You have a feeling for it. An emotion gets triggered. When it comes to AI, it just does some mathematical operations on the dog, the pixels of the dog, and it is able to tell it's a dog. So that's what amazed me, the maths behind it, how a basic function can tell you that this is a dog and this is a cat. But okay, let's continue with 4.0. So, any other good question? So, yeah, okay. I'll definitely make a video on that one. I'll have to prepare a script for how should I tell my story the best. But yeah, that's a good idea. I'll definitely do that. Thanks for your idea, man. Um, any more questions you want to ask that you think 4.0 can't solve? We'll try to force 4.0 to solve that question using chain of thought reasoning. We'll try to inject that chain of thought reasoning ourselves using some prompts, and we'll see how that can compare to ChatGPT-o1. Let's see. Let's try to just search for the internet for some maths, easy Python problem GPT-4.0 can't solve. Or let's just pick it from CodeForces as such. Some J level questions. Do that train and bird one. I mean, whenever I think about JE, like mostly I had focused on physics at the time, and whenever I think of a question, try to remember a question from JE, the first question that comes to my mind is that two trains traveling in the same direction and a bird like trying to travel from one train to another. So how many rounds can the bird make? Something like that. I don't know the exact wording of the question now. So yeah, let's do a JE sample physics questions. That's a good idea. So JEE Mains Physics chapter wise question paper. Let's see. Which chapter do I remember the most? Because I want to create a chain of thought reasoning myself. I must have forgot most of this. Doesn't bound well with me being a mechanical grad, but okay. So let's do. Hmm. Yeah, let's start simple. Let's say, where is that? Normal motion, kinetic theory of gases, gravitation, kinematics study. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so what's the question? A river is flowing from east to west at a speed of 5 meter per minute. A man on the south of the river is capable of swimming at 10 meter per minute. Yeah, this one is easy enough. Very easy, I guess. I mean, I think it should manage to solve this, but we'll see. Let's see. Uh, yeah, you're able to see the screen, right? Cool. So let's see. Let's ask ChatGPT 4.0. Not O1 mini 4.0. Cool. Okay, to minimize the speed, was the question minimize the time? No, that's not a good question. The question should be to minimize the distance. Minimize the time, you always should travel straight, right? Why would you lose some of the velocity? Not a good question. Let's reformulate the question and let's say he should swim in what direction across the river in shortest distance. Travel shortest distance. Swim in a direction. Let's see. To swim the shortest distance of the okay, now it is giving a incorrect question. So now we have a question that ChatGPT 4.0 solves incorrectly. Now let's see if ChatGPT O1 standards mark, because yeah, when you think about international papers and stuff, they don't stand a chance between JE advanced level questions and the competition we have here in India. So let's see. The same question, O1 mini, 4.0 failed, 4.0 gave the same answer as it gave for flowing in the shortest time. Calculating displacement through, okay. Let's see the approach first and then we'll try to evaluate the answer. So approach it to minimize swim distance. Okay, let me see. The man needs to minimize his swim distance across the river, choosing a path perpendicular to the bank despite the current being east. I don't know what this sentence exactly means, but okay. Mapping the swim route. I noticed that the pointing upstream or downstream changes the swimming path. Using vector analysis, I calculate his actual velocity, combining 10 meter per second in water and 5 meter per second of river flow. Evaluating optimal. Analyzing the swimmer's route across the river, focusing on minimizing swimming distance by aiming directly north to reduce time. Again, this is not the right direction. Okay, let me see. I'm calculating the swimmer's displacement to minimize distance, considering both perpendicular and current directions, aiming to find the most efficient path. Thinking through the swimmer's direction, I found that swimming straight north, perpendicular can minimize the distance traveled through water. Again, this is incorrect. No. To minimize the distance, you shouldn't travel perpendicular to the water. You should travel in this direction. Okay. Wow. Fuck O1. The stream is over. O1 is a shitty model. It doesn't know anything. It can't solve a basic JE question that a 11th class student can solve in India. Fuck. Doesn't work in India. Might be good for America and stuff. Okay. Great stream, I guess. That was the end of it. Oh wow. It really fucked this up, huh? Yeah. Should we try to? Okay. Let's try to change the language of the question a bit to see if the language helps the model. Wow. The good recommendation, man. Let's ask it more JE level questions. Let's see how well it can score in JE. We can, okay. That could be an interesting idea. Like, I think it would be too long of a stream to do that because it's really procedural work. But someone can try to make it solve a previous year JE paper and see what it scores by a single solution only. You can't repeat the question. You can't ask it to regenerate the answer. Just a single uh, short answer it gives. You have to consider it as your answer and see how well it scores in the JE. That could be an interesting idea for a blog or a video if you're yourself looking to open a YouTube channel or a blog. Go ahead. So, okay, so let's see if we can change the language a bit. So, a river is flowing from west to east at a speed of 5 meter per minute. A man on the south bank of the river is capable of swimming 10 meter per second. Wants to swim across the river the shortest distance. He should swim in a direction. Okay, I think the question is not very clear. Uh, he wants to cross the river and go to the other side. The man wants to swim in a direction that minimizes his distance traveled. In what direction should he start swimming to reduce to reach there in minimum distance? Covering minimum distance. One more thing is that the model might be thinking that we want to know the final direction. So we know that to travel in the minimum, like to travel by covering the minimum distance, the man needs to travel perpendicular to the river. But maybe what we need to tell it is that the flow of the river will affect the man's direction. So maybe it is telling us the final directions that, okay, whatever he does, he should be traveling perpendicularly to the water at the end. So I think that's what the confusion was previously. Let's see. So let's change the language a bit. Let's go to 4.0 first because, oh, let's see there. Or maybe let's go to O1 also. Like, let's see if O1 can solve it with this prompt change we have done. And then we'll go to 4.0 that if the same prompt that worked for O1 can help 4.0 solve the question as well. So let's see. So he starts swimming to reach there covering minimum distance. Yes, in what direction should he start swimming? Did O1 preview model solve the river question? I didn't try the O1 preview model because most of the metrics I had seen O1 mini seem to be performing better, but okay, we can also try O1 preview if you want. Just let me ask this question, then we can go back to O1 preview to ask the same question. Cool. So they're covering minimum distance. To reach they're covering minimum distance. The river's flow will affect the direction in which the man travels. So tell the direction the man should try to travel so that his direction after being affected by the river's flow is correct orientation to meet the condition described. I think that's the most verbose thing you can do. Like, what else can you explain about a question? At that point, you will be just giving the answer. So I think this should be enough. You should aim 30-degree west of north. The river was traveling what? West to east, right? Yeah. Okay, I think I don't want to go into the maths part. Should we go into the maths part? Okay, let's go into the maths part. So, yeah. It wants the river is traveling at 5 meter per second. The man wants is capable of swimming at 10 meter per minute. So where should we go? So we want to match the speed of the river at 5 meter per second. So the course angle that the man makes, or if we are okay, let's calculate the angle from the east. So from north, I guess. So from north, the angle should be Okay, let's do this. Cos 1 by 2. Cos 1 by 2 is for 60 degrees, right? So it should go 30 degree or to north. So yeah, the calculation is correct. The answer is correct. Cool. So O1 is able to solve it with this prompt. Now let's see if ChatGPT 4o can solve it with the same prompt. Create a new chat. Don't want to use any history. Yeah, even ChatGPT 4o can solve this. The reasoning didn't really help. The similar reasoning was able to be introduced by ChatGPT 4o. Okay. One more interesting observation. I think the model they use to name the chats is the same because for the prompt it has always given the same response. So good to know that. 401, 4001 is the same model for their naming part. Okay. So again, this question was being able to solve by both. Let's do a different question. A particle P is sliding down a frictionless hemispherical ball. It passes a point T of 0. At this instant of time, the horizontal component will be a bead Q is at the same time injected and along the string. Friction between the bead and the spring may be neglected. Let TP and TQ be the respective by second by PK and PK. Okay. Frictionless hemispherical ball. So what do you think is the answer of this one, guys? Which should take less time. Just checking your J. What is the answer of this one? I think there is some latency, so I'll wait. Which one should reach faster? Come on, guys. Manul Das, come on, man. Tell me something. I know there is some latency, so I'm waiting. I don't know how much of a gap there is, how much of a delay there is in between what I am seeing and what you are seeing. So, yeah, it's fine. Hmm. Time taken by P should be less, right? Because it's accelerating, the velocity would be faster. Velocity couldn't go any lesser than this, so it should reach faster. But there is also an increase in the distance, so that makes it a bit tricky. You'll have to calculate the accurate acceleration. TP by TQ is equal to length of arc by length of chord. No, this shouldn't be correct. TP is equal to TQ. This might be correct, but it shouldn't be. Like if you're accelerating it this way, yeah, I don't know. Intuitively, I think P should reach faster. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, TP reaches faster, right? Okay, so let's see if the model can do this. Sorry for taking your JE test out of nowhere. I didn't mean to be rude. I know it's been a while. I guess it's been a while. I don't know the age of my audience, but okay, that's what I'll assume. So TP, the time of particle, depends on the details of the and gravitational acceleration. TQ is in general the hemispherical acceleration. Particle P could reach point B faster than particle Q. So 4 gives the answer to this one correctly as well. Wow, we are getting a lot of good answers from 4 itself. We are not able to really test O1, but okay, let's test O1 directly. Let's not try to compare it with 4 as such, and let's try to see what kind of reasoning it generally uses to answer questions. So let's go back. Let's ask some basic lead code questions. So I can ask some questions I've done recently. That should be a good metric. I will know the answers to them, so I'll also be able to evaluate if its approach is correct or not. So you can see your history, right? Reorder lists or queries of a subquery. Let's ask simple question. Merge to sorted lists. Yeah, this should be easy enough. It's a really easy question. Um, Merge to sorted lists. So let's see the reasoning it uses. But again, this one depends a lot on the input style and stuff too. That's not. Let's take a simpler question that doesn't use too much from the way you input the data. Yeah, this is a good question, I think. This is a good question. So let's see, you're given this, blah 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 blah. Let's ask it this. So what it is doing is thinking, okay. Dude, did it too fast. Piecing together matrix. Okay, let's think through filling a m cross n matrix with integers from a linked list in a spiral order. Any leftover cells, they get -1. Wow, it didn't really thought that much. To solve this problem, we'll need to traverse a m cross n matrix in a spiral order and fill it with values from a given linked list. If the linked list doesn't have enough elements, fill the matrix with -1 for the remaining cells. Wow. Yeah, I don't want to review the whole code, man. Will I have to review the whole code? No, right? I'll just, yeah, let's just do this. My sweet code would have to be removed. The one I really did put effort for, but this AI is threatening to take away my job. Imagine his code has better optimization than mine. That would be pretty fucked. Okay, it created a matrix. I'm just looking to see if I don't do any silly mistakes. So yeah, this should just work. It's wrong. It's actually wrong. Wow. Okay, we shouldn't lose hope yet. The AI is still not able to solve simple questions. That's good for us. I was not able to solve this, right? Case 2, it was able to do correctly, so I think the formatting shouldn't be an issue. I have copied pasted the code correctly the way it wanted me to, and for test 1 it fucks up. It gives the wrong question. Cool. So, but I think the difficulty was again with this one. This thought didn't really help it. So I think somehow in the random iterations of the chain of thought it generated was not really good for this question. So let's try to re-ask it, or maybe let's ask ChatGPT-o1 preview as suggested by Mr. Manul Das, an esteemed watcher who should subscribe immediately. Not all YouTubers will give you this kind of respect. You should subscribe, like, share. Tell your friends to come here. We'll have a party. We'll talk to your friends. We'll do everything. Bring people here. Okay? This is what we need to do. Come on, guys. No lacking. You are amazing people. You are loyal people. You know I could do good on YouTube, and you are helping me in this. Right? You are helping me in this. Thank you. Subscribe, like, you know the drill. Share it with your friends. Bring your people here who you want to discuss things with. We'll research stuff. We'll enjoy. If you enjoy nerdy things, that is. If you don't enjoy nerdy things, this could be a bit boring for you. In this channel, we mostly explore some nerdy, geeky things and enjoy ourselves with the new technology and try to be aware of what's happening in the world in science domain. So let's see. Filling a matrix, I'm working on creating an n cross n matrix from a linked list spirally from top left anywhere -1, mapping out. I'm planning to traverse the matrix in a spiral pattern by iterating through each boundary, top right one boundary, adjust boundaries as needed, crafting a spiral matrix and piece together a matrix using elements from a linked list. If the list depletes, I rely on -1. The traversal is a spiraling pattern, filling the elements with setting boundaries and verifying the traversal and ensuring the transfer logic, setting up the core, drawing layers, filling the matrix, traversing the matrix, handling excess elements. I don't know, man. Seems weird. So let's see if this code works though. That's what we want. Oh, wow, it actually works. So, but Open Preview has a lower rank in CodeForces. It is able to solve the lead code problem. Maybe that's the criteria you need to solve lead code problems. You need to have a lower rank in what do you call CodeForces. Okay, let's see. I think someone just said comments are off. How do you switch on comments? Is anyone aware? I'm not sure. Not that good in YouTube. I don't know how to turn on comments, but the live chat is working. Talking to people on live chat, so go there. You can use live chat. That's great. So okay, so it is able to solve this one. We can see the approach it used. So how can we try to imitate this approach? Now that's the question. So let's see if we can first of all set up a local LM. So okay, now let's start up with the interesting thing of this whole video. So we have explored the OpenO1 model enough, I guess. We know it works, it can solve the questions. We solved 1100 CodeForces question and the first question as in the stream. Then we solved this lead code problem that I did recently. The approach didn't seem very correct, but again, I think that can be because their summarizer model is not correctly summarizing what it needs to in these proxy chain of thought that they are showing. This is not the real chain of thought they are using for the model. We can look at some of the real chain of thought as well that they are using, so we can quickly do that. OpenAI introduction. I think here they showed. Okay, not here. Reasoning. Okay, what was that link? Why do they have so many links regarding this? Bad design. Bad design, guys. Bad design. Skill issue we call it, right? Skill issue. So let's see a coding real chain of thought. So this is the real chain of thought, not the proxy one. So let's see how this one works. So the user is correcting a batch here that can take the inputs. Let's first understand the input and output formats. So the input is a series of rows, each bracket separated by commas. The transpose of this matrix would be order task. Okay, constraints, approach, implementation steps. Writing the skeleton. Now let's test the script with sample input. Let me try to simulate what options. I'll write this as an answer. Wow. Wow. Okay. So this is how it is working. How can we try and imitate this? How can we try and imitate this process? You somehow want your model to say something specific. Okay, so let's try to break it down as a problem for ourselves. So yeah, this thing will not really help us. So what we want is we want a while loop. While model dot output doesn't include special keyword, some special key token. We keep iterating, right? This is somewhat of a pseudo code we are trying to write here. So can't we use tabs here? What the fuck is this online notepad? This bullshit. Pad. What the fuck is this? Online. God, why I can get what I want to see? Okay, let's use the notes then. I don't know what I have in my notes. I don't hope there's nothing weird. Oh, what's this? I don't know. I don't know. Let's create a new note. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm not really worried about this. So we want to create a new node, and let's say while model output doesn't include some special token that we tell it, we want it to continue generating COT, evaluate COT, give feedback. So this one, okay, so how should we go about this? So there are multiple approaches to this. So what we want the model to do is we want it to reiterate through multiple approaches, creating the chain of thought on the go. So our first prompt can be to like generating what's the first step to solve this problem, or what is it doing? Did it wait? Where is there? Yeah. So they said first step was, let's first understand, then it understood the overall task. Okay, what's the first step to solve this problem? uh, do that step, and what would be the next step, right? And output the next step. What should be the next step? Then you have an evaluator of the COT that check if the step slash approach provided is correct, and provide feedback on what should be changed and what is the final next step, right? And then you pass this output back to the generating COT1, and this one you only use for the first iteration. After that you use that uh, if I is equal to 0, else you go about by perform the task provided and explain the next logical step, something like that, right? And then you are evaluating it, then you give the final next step to this. You maybe you can skip this could be a bit redundant, we don't know about this one, right? This one is a bit redundant, we are not sure. uh, might be redundant, but we want some kind of a reflection thing, right? So I think the reflection could be coming from this, if that's the idea. And after that, when this loop is completed, you will have a final set of. So what else you need to do is the generated COT step, or what is the final outcome from the step performed. So what should be changed? What is the final outcome of the task performed in previous step? What is its result, and what should be the final next step, right? This should be your approach. You asked it to do both of them, so I guess you can't skip it anymore. So this will act as your summarizer part as well, and this one's result. Okay, there is an aeroplane passing by, there might be some noise. Sorry for this noise, guys, if you are able to hear it. There was just an airplane passing by, I am not sure, but okay. So let's see. So you evaluate the COT. So now you get the answer that is generated by the COT is your answers. Your answers is a lit, which is your basically thoughts, thinking track is this, and then the evaluate COT output, the output of the evaluate COT, the LLM response from evaluate COT, you append thinking track dot append this, and then finally you use the whole thinking track as a step-by-step context as an input. This goes as an input to our LLM with the task of summarize this and use the user query to gain relevant details from these contexts and give a query relevant answer. Right. This could be a possible approach to introduce thinking in it, right? And the evaluate COT step would help us to also see that if this approach doesn't seem to be correct, rewrite the correct approach and make it as the next task. So If the result is not satisfactory or the approach doesn't seem correct for the user query, regenerate and generate an alternative approach and use it as a next task. If the result is enough to answer thinking track -1 not include. Right, so this is what it should be like. Enough to answer user's query. Append done. Or we can have another smaller LLM to do it for us, but I don't think that would be too good. I guess it would have been better, like if this is what we are choosing as our path for training a thinking reasoning based LLM. I think it would be better to fine tune it to output the special key token only for certain circumstances. But yeah, I think we can work around this way, that when the evaluator checks for the step and the answer, it also checks at the same time that what's the next step, and if there is no relevant next step, all steps required to solve the problem are done. Write special key token at the end of your response. So next time I will not go through the while loop, and we'll have our final thinking track generated for us, which is the path the LLM took, and then we can use this thinking tracks as an output, as an input for our summarizer that has been assigned the task to use the thinking tracks to gain necessarily insights from these tracks, and do not hallucinate anything. It doesn't need to do anything. Its only task is to get the relevant details from the thinking track and answer the user's query. So yeah, this is the approach we'll be using. I hope this is making sense. I think the out this is not really a good way of doing this, but let's see if we can highlight it in a way that makes it better. While not include special token, generating COT, evaluate COT, thinking tracks dot append, thinking tracks as a step-by-step context, input to summarizer. Input to summarizer is this, and LLM input to summarizer comma this final answer. Boom. I hope this is making sense to you guys. This is what we'll be working on. This is the approach. Tell me if it makes sense. Otherwise, I'll use the whiteboard that I have just hung on my room for these kind of tasks also only. Or why not? Let's just use it, right? So let's see. Let's check if it is visible or not. Yeah, okay. The board seems visible. Good. I recently bought this painting from Red Roar. It's a really good painting. I like this. It's a canvas print and the quality is good. So, Red Roar, if you're hearing this, I know you're a startup at a young stage. Sponsor me. Okay? I'll become a good YouTuber. I know it. Let's go. So, may I be covering the painting a bit. Let me see. Am I? Yes, I am completely covering the painting. But okay, this view should be better. Now let's start. So what we are doing is we have a list of our thinking track. This is a list of all the thoughts the LLM had by now. And what we'll do is somehow they have fine-tuned the model for. Okay, let me see if this is, if my writing is visible or not. Maybe I'm writing too small, is it? I'm writing too small. Where is my duster? Cool. So this is our list of all the thoughts that LLM had by now. Now, after this, we have a generator model. Not exactly generator model, we say the performer model. That's it. Performer prompt. Let's say the model is same only. Performer prompt, and the other prompt we have is our evaluator prompt. And finally, the last one we have in all of this is our summarizer. So, considering that I don't think they are using a zero shot COT, because what I have seen is that the thinking time varies. So sometimes it can think really quickly and sometimes it take around 20 to 24 seconds as well. So 20 to 24 seconds in a normal chat GPT, when you call from the API, it takes around 2 seconds to complete an answer. So I think 12 calls are being made, and considering that these are internal calls, right? The one that we make takes some time because of the networking things and stuff. So these are internal calls. So I think it should take even less time. So there are multiple calls being made if it takes 24, 25 seconds to think for a single question. So considering that, what I think they are doing in the back end of the O1 model is, like, again, this is very speculative and this is just a very simple approach. This is not really something creative. We are not changing anything in regards to the model. We are not changing anything in regards to the general approaches that is followed in LLM. It's just prompting and chain of thought, very basic, very naive things that you do with an LLM. So what we can do is, you ask the query, you send this query to the performer model. Now, performer prompt, or you can say there is another prompt that is start prompt. So it will start the process. It asks the question what the question is really trying to do, and it will try to figure out the first step that we should do for this model. So for this query, so for this particular query, it will try to generate the. So it will try to generate first step needed to be taken. Right. That's all. That's all that this model will do. So what's the first? So the prompt would be something like, what is the first step I should do for this particular query to solve this particular query in a reasoning fashion or something like that. We'll try to fine tune that part too. And then this task will be the output. This will go to the performer model. And the performer model, its task is to complete the task described for the user query. Okay, will complete the task that is described for the user query. Right. And so it will also need the query, and this will also need the query. And then this completed task would go as an input to our evaluator model. The evaluator model has two tasks, and also, yeah, this one also. Or maybe should the evaluator do it? Yeah, I think the evaluator should do it. Let's try to divide their works like this. So this will only complete the task. Right? It's the performer model, the task is to only complete. Then the evaluator model checks if task completed correctly and what should be the next logical task. Relevant details and or maybe yeah, just check if the task completed correctly or not. So checking if the task completed correctly or not would also include that you have to see if your approach is correct or not, if this approach is taking you in the right direction or not. So if the results are satisfactory, they are in the right direction, you'll output the next step. If the result is not satisfactory, you think the approach is wrong, you'll output another prompt that should be saying that what should I do next. And this one, the output, the completed task, you will be storing here. And then what should be the next task? Or maybe we can do something like, okay, let's think about it. So if I store all of the tasks, even if the ones that are completed incorrectly or for the ones that the approach didn't seem to be correct, the LLM can get lost in the middle in the future where it will try to maybe gain insights from the task that was performed incorrectly because it doesn't have data for that. Or maybe I can store these tasks, like we can combine these outputs in a way that this corresponded to a particular task, or we can ask this model to output in JSON format this part and then output this part whatever it in whatever fashion it likes. So we just have an extra condition that output yes and no for this, and if we detect a yes and no in the JSON, so we'll have a check for this, like a Python script basic check. If we detect a no there, we just completely like don't append this or this. We just go on and append the different one. That could be a possible way of doing this. And every step would be able to look at the previous step only, right? Um, the tricky thing is in math, sometimes what happens is like you're going like this. You perform the first task, you perform the second task, now you perform the third task, now you perform the fourth task, now you perform the fifth task. Now you got to know the results are not satisfactory. But the problem was not in the last task or this task. Yeah, here you are assuming that the problem will be in this task and it will generate the task to this again. Like somehow in the prompts here we have to inject something that will allow us to generate the task in a way that will can also take us all the way back here or all the way back here. That's what we need to think. I think we can think of something like that from the prompts itself, or we might have to go towards some other architecture. We'll think about it. But yeah, this JSON thing works, I guess, because what we can do is if one of the output is not satisfactory, if the evaluator returns the no in the JSON, we'll just not append it to our this thing, our final thinking tracks. Or we can do it. Wait, okay. Let's not worry ourselves with this lost in the middle detail. We'll see when we hit that limitation, when we hit that problem. Let's try to go without this, and we'll see if we are hitting that roadblock. We'll try to solve that roadblock there only. Let's not try to overcomplicate the problem without even seeing the results we are getting directly. Right. So yeah, this is the approach. Why is the view count getting less? Are you guys not bringing your friends here? Do you not enjoy this? Is this a joke to you? This architecture? Bring people here, man. You need to work on this. Come on. O1 model has just been released. If you are not able to understand a good new model, what would you do? You need to understand these approaches so that you can go and get ready for your jobs, man. Come on. Bring your people here. Study this. Focus on this. Okay? Good. I think we have a very clear cut conversation right now. Good. Yeah. Keep looking up. Yeah. O1 has just been released. We need to beat. We need to at least imitate some of its results. Somehow make the smaller models better by this. Good. I think I made myself clear. Juslio, yo bro, what's up? Are you studying this? Did you see this architecture we are making for this model to imitate the results from our ChatGPT-o1 mini? I hope you did. I hope you did. I trust you. Juslio is a good guy. I'll just go ahead and say that. Okay. Too much fun there, but okay. So yeah, let's ignore this. So what we'll do is, so let's understand the task of each of our uh, blocks in this pipeline. Can I ask why do people keep wanting to know the new one's chain of thoughts? What important about knowing that? Okay, so first thing, the ChatGPT has OpenAI has claimed that they will not be releasing the original chain of thought that the model uses, O1 model uses. They are the one that you see on the internet while working on the browser, right? That one is a proxy that is summarized by another model, so that they're saying that if people get to know the real chain of thought behind it, they might be able to jailbreak it and stuff. And the reason why I am working on this or working on the chain of thought is that OpenAI is not obviously open source. It is a very capitalistic, privatized company. They are keeping their models as a secret, and I want to try and imitate the results that they are having. And they are claiming that they are just doing it by refining the chain of thought using reinforcement learning. Now, I don't want to go. We might go in that direction in the next several weeks while we're trying to imitate this. I don't think it is a 1 weekend task anyway, but if we go in that direction, then I just want to see if by using the simple chain of thought model and try to make an architecture as a performer and a evaluator model, maybe you can imitate some of their performance and bring some reasoning to smaller models also. If that works, maybe we can think about better models as such. But yeah, I think people going wanting to know the chain of thought, if you're wanting to know the exact chain of thought it is using, that might be because of jailbreaking it or copying the model architecture, understanding what it's doing in the backend. In general sense, if you're saying that why people want to know how it is generating that chain of thought, I think it is to open source everything and have you know, everything in the open and give rise to better research later. Because, the thing is, this is like I have tried O1 model for some kind of. Yeah, great. Yeah, I didn't know, but great, my explanation made sense to you. So the thing is, one of the things I observed with Owen model that I'm really fascinated about it, that when I tried working with the Owen model, so I just asked it, said, okay, let's try to do a random research. Let's say I want to make a new neural network architecture using Taylor series or something as a universal function approximator. And the results were amazing. Like the way it was able to thought through it, give me more ideas, give me some alternative approaches that maybe you can try some other series, some Fourier series analysis if you are trying to do some seasonal pattern based prediction or something. Maybe that could be a neural network architecture for you, and all of these ideas. So I'm not saying that AI would be able to do research. Maybe that can be really close to us, but what I thought was that it was really able to trigger me, to really able to allow me to think better. So having a constant companion, and I think the people who have done research or worked on some geeky narrowed line must have felt that sometimes they just need someone who can listen to what they are thinking, their random thoughts, their gibberish. Someone can listen to it, comment on it, and maybe that conversation allows them to develop the idea further. So that I think as that thinking of that OM1 model as that kind of a companion could be a really interesting idea in research. And yeah, I might also be doing some kind of a research work again on YouTube using the O1 model. So that could be something that I might be planning. So I tried Claude, but in my experience, mostly like for the task that I do, I don't generally do these kind of like, okay, I've used the free version of Claude itself. The GPT, I have the premium version. Yeah, the like you can see the stats itself. I can show you. Let me share the screen. So for Claude, I hope the screen is visible. Let me check. It is not. Why is that? Application capture. I don't know why is it like this. You're still not able to see my Brave screen, right? Are you able to see Brave? Okay, you are. Cool. I don't know, it was not working earlier today. But yeah, so I was showing you that for Claude versus GPT-4o, let's say. I just wanted to see the metrics. Yeah. So you can see there was one regarding the question, Python questions. I don't know if it, so there is some leaderboard, I think. Uh, which one was it? Was it this one? Is there a Python? Yeah, so this one I think was the code that you're seeing, the human eval code. I think that was on Python based questions. So you can see that GPT-4o stands no chance against Claude. Like in coding, in anything that involves a bit of reasoning, Claude performs better. And they had also been working on the Anthropic AI team was also working on some kind of an explainable AI thing, which is also interesting. So yeah, their research is very parallel and very interesting. But in my experience, like I never used the Claude's best model, Sonnet. I think it's which one is paid? Is Opus paid or Opus is the Opus is the largest one, right? So I think Haiku is the only free one, and it ChatGPT 4o performs better than Haiku. I think even in the stats itself, Haiku is okay. They have not shown the stats here, but yeah, in my experience, 4o works better, and I mostly don't use ChatGPT for any complicated task or problem solving. I mostly use it as a documentation help, and in fact, if you are just using AI as a tool to get away from reading too many documentations and getting to know the functions directly. You can also use Perplexity AI's this Llama Sonar one. So the best part about this is that it is more recently updated. So what happens is when I'm working with new libraries where not much documentation or examples are available, this one is able to give me answers to them by reading the documentation or some examples that are available. And I don't have to scan through their brutal designs. I will just seeing when I was exploring the OpenAI website, there were so many links for the same thing and confusing all around. So this one is a great tool for that. Yeah. But yeah, coming back to this architecture, I hope that answered your question, Juzlu. So yeah, coming back to this architecture, what we are trying to do is, okay, so the start prompt the task is to generate the first step that needs to be taken to solve. So in this prompt, we have to write something like plan this question and what should be the first step, what should be the very first step that we need to take to solve this particular query of the user. Then it gives us that first task. We give that first task to the performer model. The performer model's task is to perform the task that is given to it by the start prompt and use the query to know what task to perform. Then it will complete the task. Then this task and the task that was outputted here and the query will go to the evaluator model. The model will see that if the task that is calculated is correct, it is done correctly or not for this particular task, and if it matches the query, if the task is satisfactory for the query, and if it was completely corrected or not. If it was not, it will generate the next task in a way that would supplement this. And so this is a loop kind of. This will be in a while loop. Now, in the prompt itself, we'll have to tell the model. So I think in both of these, like in the evaluator, we'll have to have a special condition that if there are no relevant next steps and if the task has been performed correctly, the answer is enough. Like this should be enough to answer the question. This is the last step of the answer. You need to output a special token. So end of answer, kind of a special token. And in our while loop, so this will be happening in a while loop. And if this end of token appears in the evaluator's answer, we end the while loop and we append both of these things line by line. So the task that is. So first of all, we append this, then we append the task that was completed, then we evaluate the next task, then we append this, and this cycle goes on, and finally we have a list of the thinking tracks the model has gone through. Correct? This is the architecture we are going to use. I hope all of this makes sense. And finally, the thinking tracks will finally format this into a string and use a summarizer model whose task use a summarizer prompt whose task is to finally give us the summary for the query and pick the relevant details from these thinking tracks that are necessary to answer the user's query and finally answer the query. So this is the architecture that I think makes more sense in the reasoning part. And let's see, let's try to code it up, set up a local LN and experiment with this. The only problem that we can face might be that the LLM will take too long to answer because we'll have to make multiple calls and the local LLM is slow anyway. But again, the time is not a problem for us now. We can always use a GPU cluster, right? Things should just work. So I'll just summarize this on the board so that you can finally visualize what we are trying to do here. And then, where the fuck have I lost my list? Guys, again, where are you guys going? Why is the viewer count keep decreasing every time I see it? You need to keep it high. Come on, guys. We need to learn. You need to give me some ideas as well. Okay, cool. Great that we got that out of the way. Now let me just, yeah, I'll have to use my hanky, I guess. Just remove this. And finally summarize this. It was not very tidy, the first one. So yeah, query. Query will go to our, I think I'm sharing my screen as well, right? So it must be very, yeah, this one should be clear. So first of all, you have a query, then it goes to a start prompt. This goes to a performer. This gives a task. This gives a result. This goes to an evaluator, which outputs a task and goes to the performer again. Right. This, yeah, we are storing all of the data in a thinking track. So this should somehow work as a reflection kind of a thing, right? So the AI would be able to self-reflect on the answer that it has generated and create the next task with respect to it. So maybe it should work. And maybe the next step could be, the next possible improvement could be to have the performers model, like use separate models for each of them, where the performer model is fine-tuned for performing a particular task, the evaluator model is particularly fine-tuned to evaluate the next, like generate a next response, next task on the basis of the task that has been performed previously. Think of alternative approaches, think of if the result is not satisfactory, we need to go back to another approach. All of the things that ChatGPT mentioned in their introduction, right? That they are using it to in a way that our next task generation is fine tuned. So more of the RL fine tuning thing. So okay, so you get this, and this keeps on happening until and unless your task contains a EOA. So if so, this will happen. How can I show this? Evaluator. So after evaluator, there could be two possibilities: EOA in answer, EOA not in answer. And if EOA is in answer, you end. And finally, give the output to the summarize prompt, which will give you our final response. EOA not an answer. So let's just draw it like this. EOA not an answer. Cool. Made sense? Any improvement you think we can do on this? Anything else we can add to make this better, make the reasoning part more interesting? Any suggestions are appreciated. This is not something I am doing and you are looking at it. We are doing this. We need to be interactive, right? You need to give your inputs to make this better, significantly better. So, what do you say, guys? Approved? I guess it is. Come on, guys, say something. But okay, so this is the final architecture. This is what we are doing. Now we'll start with the coding part. So let's get started. I'll just re-rotate. And boom. We are back at the sitting area. The background is changed because I'm now sitting in a different orientation. Okay. Good. Now let's start with the coding part. So first of all, we need to set up our local LLM. Everybody is here. Everybody has approved this, I think, because no one gave any answers, which fine, guys. We are just friends. We're getting to know each other right now. I'm also new here. You're also, many of you might be for the first time on my channel. So it's all fine. It's all very motivating as such. You being here is a great part of it. So thank you guys. Just bring more people here, make them subscribe the channel, like the video, and yeah, we'll do further live streams for continuously ahead. We'll try to explore such interesting topics as well. You can also recommend some topics to me that I'll make sure to explore. I love exploring new things and try to code them up, try to figure out my own innovations with them. So some interesting things we can do there, explore things together and stuff, take up some interesting difficult projects and such. So yeah, subscribe, like, you know the drill, bring more people in so that we can make this a whole coding friendly, exploration, AI, technology friendly kind of a family thing. Okay, good. Fine. Now let's start working. Okay, so first of all, we need to set up a local LLM. So I think there was this one app for this local LLM. Run LLM locally. LM Studio, yeah. This is the one that I remember. Download for M1, M2, M3, desktop. I'm gonna keep finding it. And what do you think of the thumbnail? The thumbnail I generated with this image generation model that we can explore next. So this is a very small image generation model. If you think you want to explore this could be one of the next videos, and it is also open source as well. So we'll be able to look at the code and do some further exploration. The limitation with OpenAI one is that we don't get the OpenAI access to the code, so most of the things we have to speculate and figure out. But here that is not the limitations, and it's an interesting model as such. Like, it gives really good images. Let's say, for example, draw a monkey in a astronaut suit eating banana in Jupiter. Jupiter. Let's see what it draws. I don't even know what itself. Do you want to get an image generated? Just give me a prompt. Okay, that's a very silly image, but okay, it went with a more of an artistic style of things, not realist. Let's ask it to be realist. And till then, let's try to install this LM Studio thing. So what we'll do with the LM Studio thing is that we'll set up a local LLM for us, set up a local API, because we don't want to spend our money on GPT-o1 API, which is, yeah, it's $15 for per million tokens, I think, but yeah, why to pay that? We're just trying to experiment here with this approach. So we should be okay with a smaller LLM, and we'll be able to see the results much easier, because as you saw, GPT-4o was able to answer many of the problems just by changing the prompt itself. So that made it a bit difficult for us. But If we use a smaller LLM, we'll know if it works or not. How to learn information security? Wow, that is not my domain actually. Information security as such, data privacy, or you want like secure machine learning as such? Projects and unauthorized activities, including inspection, modification, recording, and any solution. Okay, there must be some like my general go-to when it comes to learning is hello S Harry Potter sign D. That's the Harry Potter symbol, right? Or I'm reading it correctly. Might be some other slang, but cool. I guess you're the chosen one. But yeah, the thing is, when it comes to learning, my go-to is to look for a MIT course. So if MIT has a course on information security, let's see. Net is slow. MIT does have a course on cybersecurity and cool. Let's see if it has a YouTube video or not. So yeah, so I was just explaining that my go-to when it comes to learning is to go through a start with the MIT course or start with a okay, well, two resources. If you are into videos, you'll learn better from videos, video, audio kind of a medium. You should go with MIT courses. They are a great starting place for learning anything. And if you're more of a text kind of a person, okay, now this is not my domain. I'm not sure if I know of a very good information security source, but I could tell you in general sources for learning things. So this one is my second go-to. So you can search for any information security book from many publications. They are really beginner friendly. Uh, Okay, so the figuring out part for the O1 is more of a speculation. So looking at the answers that it generates and looking at the thought process, so you can see that it's generating different tasks and trying to answer them. Now this is the proxy ones, but if you also look at the ones, two, three ones that have presented that are the real chain of thoughts that it is using to finally answer, you can see that there is a task that is being generated, then it performs the task, then the another task is being generated and it tries to answer that, and all of these answers get appended to each other. So and the other possible indicator for me was that the thought process, the seconds taken for the thought process is not always constant. So some people, like in the early stage of LLM, there was some recommendations regarding what we can do is we can use the first step of the LLM to do the planning parts. The first LLM, task of the LLM would be to output a chain of thought. uh, Oh, and I tried to mimic this reasoning COT before this COT release. Wanna try? Okay, we can try that up. I was trying to code the architecture that I had just displayed, but yeah, we can try that. Where can I try that? Okay, so you have a prompt, is it? Or are you using some kind of a architecture to reason through iteratively? Or are you using a prompt to generate the COT first before answering a question? Because that is one of the easiest process to use. No, it's just a prompt. Okay, yeah, give me the prompt. Let's try this. Which model did you try it on? Or should I try with any small model? Okay, so let's first set up a link. Can you see it? Where have you shared the link? I'm not sure I can see it. Nope, I can't. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by the community guidelines. I guess YouTube has blocked the link somehow. Can you, is it a large prompt or you can just share it in the chat? Uh, Okay, I'll have to change the settings of YouTube for that somehow. I'm not sure. I think the best way of sharing a prompt. You can, okay, so what you can do is you can mail it to me at, I'll write down my mail in the chat. Yeah, this mail you can use to mail that prompt to me. That would work. If you are okay with that, sharing your mail, that is. Uh, so yeah, information security. Uh, I guess Can Yugian was asking about that. So you can use any book from Manning publication, or my second go-to is MIT. So whatever you see, it's fine to you. Okay, so there is that. There is a Flux model. Now let's set up a local LLM using the LM Studio, and then we can try S Harry Potter D's prompt. I'll keep calling you that until unless you tell me how to pronounce that thing in the middle of your name. So okay, so let's select a model. Let's see which model do we want to use. So which model do you want to use, guys? Which model? Which small model do you want to use? I'll not be able to run a big model on my PC. So which model should we use for this? So let me tell you what you are gonna do right now. I'll just add it in the chat, I guess. Or maybe I should just explain you the agenda. So now the agenda is, let's create a new note. First task, set up a local LLM on our Mac, small model, and create a local API for the same. Second step would be, after we have created a set up a local LLM and created an API, the next step would be, first of all, okay, again, we can try ask it create a set of 10 questions 10 questions and evaluate its response with S Harry Potter D's prompt and without that prompt. Third step would be, yeah, as I told you, I'll keep calling you that unless you do. Yamashimpo 9B. Yamashimpo 9B. Okay, that's the model you want to use. Cool. And have you sent me the prompt? Create a set of 10 questions and response as far as this prompt without that prompt. And then the last step would be implementing, generating, first of all, constructing prompts for our 3 different models, model tasks. In fact, there are 4 different tasks if you think about it. There is the start prompt, there is the performer, there is your evaluator, and finally you have your summarizer. So constructing the prompts for cool. I'll just check it out. I'll just first set up the local LLM and then I'll just use that. I don't want to share I don't want to share your email as such on the internet. That's why I'll first set these things up and then I'll bring up that prompt and use that. And finally, after constructing the prompts, having finalized them, we'll set up our architecture. Here and see our model response improvement, if any, and fine tune the prompts for each of the mentioned tasks. And anyone that is new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe. I am telling you this again and again. Don't forget it, man. Come on, take it seriously. We need to make this channel big so that I can do more interesting things. Then I will finally start gaining some money from this. Then is when I can start giving you better projects and work on more ambitious projects, that is. So yeah, please keep on subscribing, keep on sharing, liking, whatever you can do, guys. Just do it. You know that drill. Cool. So this is what we have to do. So first of all, let's start with setting up a local LLM. Our Harry Potter guy, the chosen one, has recommended us the Gemma Simpo 9B. There you go, GGUF. This should work fine. I think they are optimized. 4GB should work great. Is there a smaller one? I guess there is. Which one should we use? Our friend. Do you want to use the... Which one do you want to use? Not instruct. Why not instruct? The 3.81. First one, okay. Cool. Let's go with this one. Yeah, but oh, okay, cool. Okay, it is getting downloaded. Till then, we can see how to set up a API through LM Studio. Set up a local API through LM Studio. Local LM. Using the local server. Okay. OpenAI's chat completion format. Okay, it uses the same chat completion format. Is there no Python? That it would be easier if you have a Python API for that. Python LM Studio. Interact with LM Studio Python part 1. Code examples. Okay, let's see this. Python? No Python. LM Studio is the project license available on LM Studio on GitHub. Is it? They have a JS support, but they don't give a Python support? That is. Wow. Why not Python, bro? Why do you hate Python? Crafting code creatively. Let's see what Lakshminarayan.u has to say. I think he knows how to do it. Okay, you want to just do a normal request thing? Yeah, we can do that, I guess. Yeah, this is the easiest way to go around this. Yeah, and I have received your prompt. I was just reading through it. Looks cool. Might work. Here is a custom GPT link, and here is the GitHub prompt link. Okay. So I'll just use our GitHub link. I guess that's the best. github.com/feedfields prompts db/pre/using super reason. Super aging agent v1 v2. Which one should we use, man? Do you want to use v1 or v2? Custom GPT is to go with, if you ask me. Custom GPT is to go with. But we want to test it on our local LLM, right? We just want to use the prompt. We can't. Like, we are not calling the custom GPT API for this. Okay. We want to test the results on our this model. Oh wow, the internet is super slow, is it? Maybe because of the internet. I'm connected to 2.4G, but if I disconnect, there might be the stream. But so you want to test it locally? Yes, I want to test it locally. So what I want to do is I want to use this model, and I want to first of all create a set of 10 questions that we can ask our small model. We'll see how it is performing on this. Then after creating those 10 questions and their responses, we'll try your prompt and see if any of the answers that were answered incorrectly before are answered correctly with the help of your prompt, and we'll try to evaluate that. And after that, finally we'll use the into the discussed architecture, and we'll create that architecture and see if that improves the answers. So that's our agenda for this video now. Make sense? Wow, the internet is super slow. If I change the network, would it cause the stream to stop? I'm not sure. Should I risk it? I should risk it. It's too slow. It will take 7 minutes to download. Yeah. Okay. Fine, I've forgotten the password. That is the problem. Not the best time for my computer to ask me for a password. It always connects automatically. Only this time it had to forget the password. Wow. Okay. Hello everyone. Sorry for that. I'll try to read. Okay, now I'm connected. Great. Cool. That works. So are you guys able to see me? I'm not able to see the chats for some reason. Okay, now I am. Okay, hello everyone. So I'm back. Internet speed is a bit better. Now it will take 3 minutes to download. And I hope the stream quality must have also improved because of the internet connection. I hope that is. Yeah. Cool. We are back online, up and running. So till then we can try to create our questions data set. So sheets.new. Error. Google Docs haven't please try reloading the page or coming back in a few minutes. What happened to Google? Is Google dead, guys? Google is dead, is it? OpenAI took over and killed Google and it's destroyed now. Now it's taking, we are saying sorry for the inconvenience and it is not working. Oh, that's so sad, guys. Should we remove Google from the FANG? Should we call it FAN now? I'm sorry, I'm just super angry at Google, I think. There's nothing to be that angry about or that ironic about it. Google Docs is on bullshit. Bullshit, Google is bullshit. Come on, guys, we need to use a new browser. I think I also changed it in this one. Am I still using Google? Okay. In my other laptop, I've changed it to DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo works so much better than Google, man. You can see much more relevant details in there. I don't know what. But I think Google has been too much capitalist now. The results you see, they are so much of them are just things that are made to look good. Things that are capitalistically invested in to be made to look good. They are not the best content. They are just the best looking things, or you can say the most business-esque things, if that's a word, if that works makes a sense. So okay, let's go ahead and change our browser here. How do we do that? Browser, default browser. Default Brave is your default browser. Okay, that's not what I wanted to know. Search engine, okay, that's what they were calling it. Search engine, yes. Normal window, DuckDuckGo. Private window, DuckDuckGo. Let's go. As good as new. Cool. Yes. And now it should be good. Let's try. Yeah, I don't know. Google Sheets is not working today. Is it working now? Okay, hey, Google is back. Google is a great guy. I'm not sure, man. Maybe because I'm downloading the LLM right now, maybe there could be a lag because of that. I'm not really sure. But don't worry, I'll not be doing anything too crazy right now. We'll just wait for the download to stop. Or yeah, we'll just do that. Let's just wait for the download to finish. After that, we can do it. So I'll just take a break, I guess. This can be a good time for a washroom break. So I'll just put you on the wait screen, put up some good music. You can stay here if you want to. I'll be coming back in 2 minutes. You guys don't go anywhere, okay? We are just gonna do this. We are just waiting for the download to happen. Downloading takes time. It's an internet thing. It's not me. It's not my issue. So stay here. I'll be taking a break for as long as the download doesn't get completed. And till then, you can listen to some chill lo-fi music that I'm gonna play now. So see you soon, guys. We're gonna stay. Switch on my mic. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, this should be the right voice. So, yeah, so we are back and the download is completed now. So, we can start working on our task. So, let's see. So, let's load our model. Let's see how we can get the API for this. Do we have to load it? I have to see. Developer. Okay, you can just start the server, right? Okay, let it load and then we'll start our server. Port should be 1234, should be fine. And let's look at the code that we had there. Okay, the Google Sheets thing is still lagging for some reason. Yeah, so let's just copy paste this. We don't want to do everything from scratch. We can just use this directly. It should be easy enough. And let's open up our VS Code. Terminal. MSCD documents. You. Wow. Wow. Is it slow because the model? Wow. Okay, so we'll just make DIRR. What should we call it? So O1 model experiment. Let's open this up. Let's work with a Jupyter notebook for now, at least for our initial tests. We'll write a script for that architecture thing, but that's a little part of the thing. So let's say we have a Jupyter notebook called without row gemma model.ipm. Wow, my laptop is working super slow. I guess OBS also takes up a lot of memory, and then there is this language model thing. Wow. I hope it will keep working when I open that. Yeah, let's close. Wow, it's affecting my PC. Yeah. I see all of you are back. Great to see you here. Just if I can just quit this. It's being super slow. Yeah. And what else can I close? Yeah, let's close some tabs as well. Damn, it's like super like one this this level. Wow. Do you have any suggestion for anyone smaller model? This one will not work like this. I'll try to close some tabs up. That should help always. Ah, come on, just help me. Or maybe I'll just okay. Let's just go one by one. Guys, this shouldn't be happening. Oh god, that's super slow. I'll just close the model for now. We'll reload it. Just close it up, make it ready for it. Then we'll reload the model. For now, I need to somehow remove the model from the RAM. I think OBS must be like as well, right? Yeah, that must have been an issue. Fuck. Oh, I need to upgrade to a better PC then. Come on. Should stick with 5. Yeah, 5 would have worked. 5 would have worked. Wow, is my stream like as well? Or is it just my PC? I'll just you okay. Can you just I don't use calculate my notebooks. Yeah, we can do that. We can set up our architecture there. But okay. Only the LLM. Okay, so you load the model and you can use it. Yeah, okay, that works. I guess that's the only option we have. We can use some better models there as well. I was thinking of setting up an APIs that we can use in general. That's why I was thinking of using my local PC. But if we just want, yeah, thanks. I'll just fix this up. Yeah, I'll just bring in my phone, guys. Wait a second. That was super hot. Okay, let's close all of these tabs. They are taking up a lot of memory. This should make things faster. Yeah. Is this video lagging still? Is the lag still there, guys? I'll just close up LM Studio as well. Also VS Code, I think. Let's just close all of these tabs that we don't need. Prompts we need to keep. Spreadsheet we also need. Okay, now it should all be smooth. Again, I'll also close up these tabs. We don't really need them anymore. Cool. Everything is closed. I hope everything is smooth now. Let me just check on my phone as well. It is working, right? Guys? Yeah, it should be smooth now. I've tested it out. Cool. So it should be smooth now. So I'll just open up with account. Let's see. Let's use this one only. Okay. Cool. So let's create a new notebook. This will be our O1 model experiment. Cool. Let's see how we can load up. Which model do you want? I'm 21. And we want to use the Gemma model. Let's. Oh, wow. Cool. We also have a Gemma model. Nice. We can't use her though. Okay. Focus. Gemma. Now, which one would we want to use? Gemma 2 9-bit. Let's see. See all models. Oh, you want to use the. Let's use the official one now, right? This should work fine. 2 billion or 9 billion. What's the size of the 9 billion one? Nah, too large. And this would be what? 4444, 555, 15, 18, 18 GB on a Kaggle notebook. No, no, no. That would not work. 2 billion would be fine for us. Cool. So let's use this one. Pip install your transformers. Quickly set it up. And then you have this import torch and stuff like that. Pipeline. Cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. This would work. Don't even need to set up an API. So this should make things faster for us. We'll just close this up. And now we need a list of 10 questions, guys. So who's gonna give me the list? 27 billion you wanna use on a Kaggle notebook? No, that will not work, right? What's the size of a 27 billion model? Oh, it's 55 GB, my dude. Can't 27 bit or 27? I think it's 27 billion, right? It's a 27 billion parameter model. It would be around 55 GB. I don't think you can load it up on Kaggle. Let's go with a small model only. I think it will also make the testing easier for us as well. We'll not have to create too much complicated questions to check if it is working or not. Otherwise, if we take a bigger model, it will make the answer, like the question generation part, difficult for us as well. That's fine. It shouldn't really matter. Okay. I mean, you can use a 27 billion model. I don't think it should matter as such, but okay, fine. Let's keep the competition fair. Yeah, let's use the 27 billion only. Okay, let's see. I just hope the notebook doesn't. Okay. Let's just stop this. More settings. How do you select the runtime? Wait a minute. Restart up. Restart and so. How do you use to select runtime? I mean, I tried something was damn slow, but was able to infer like 1 token per minute though. I think 70 billion model, if you're talking about Llama, what Llama does is Llama has this kind of an optimization where it loads the model on the CPU also. So when you call the model, it selectively, like there is some weirdness in Llama where it selectively loads the model into the RAM and does the processing and then deloads that layer, loads another layer. So if you are comparing from that, then it will not load. I don't know if Gemma has that kind of an optimization or not. So for now, let's go with the 2 billion model only. The inference would be faster also because we, for that performer evaluator one, we might have to make multiple calls as well. We can't wait 30-40 minutes for a single answer. So yeah, sidebar on the right. Okay, this one. Yeah, okay, it's been a while. I think P100 is faster, right? P100 is for more complex tasks. P42 would be slower as such. Let's try this one. Okay, stopped. Now this, where you're gonna be using trusty 2 billion model only. No, I didn't offload the model on CPU. It was fully on GPU. No, Llama does some weirdness because if you think like, look at the size of the Llama 70B model. Llama 270B model. It's what? You can't have this much loaded on GPU, right? Anyway, like Kaggle doesn't provide this much of GPU. Anyway, we can stick with the 2 billion model. It should be fine. Shouldn't be a problem. Um, let's just load this up. And okay, so please guys throw me up with some questions to ask this model. We need to destroy him. Let's start with simple elementary mathematics problems that we used to do in school time. Maybe not completely elementary, maybe 10th, 11th, 12th. Unauthorized for URL, Jensen. Oh yeah, Hugging Face, you need to set up that. Is that the error, right? Please log in, yeah. Huggingface.login, I think. Yeah, let me just check. Huggingface.login in notebooks. Huggingface hub.login. Okay. Let me show me an example. Yeah, this one. This is what I remember. Code this login, boom. Copy a token immediately. Click I will have to use my token. Okay guys, I'll have to stop the screen sharing. Give me a second. You can still hear me, right? Cool. So hey guys, sorry for making you wait there. And now we have the token loaded. Now the model is getting downloaded quickly. And yeah, this is the 2 billion model. Cancel. And now we were talking about the questions part. So come on guys, let's come up with some questions to ask to a LLM model, basic elementary mathematics questions. We want to give it 10 questions. We want to create a set of 10 questions that we can use, and we'll compare the performance using these different things. So mm, let's see the generation speed first. Mm, Assistant response. Okay, it's working. Why didn't print it out here? Brilliant. Okay, next we can close this bar up. Cool. So now the model is loaded. Now we can start asking some questions. So let's first create a list of questions. Reload. Sorry, requested file doesn't exist. Okay, create a new one. Okay, so Google has completely denied for working for us today, so we'll just have to use something else. Online sheets. Is there anything else except Google? Oh, fine, fuck it. We'll use an offline one. We'll use numbers. I hate numbers, but I'll have to use it. Ah, come on. Okay. Continue. Wow. New document. Blank. Right. So serial number. Finally, questions. There you'll have the row answers. Then you'll have SID field, prompt, answers, and performer, evaluator, architecture answers. These are all the fields we'll have. Let's start by generating some questions. Ten questions will generate. Let's start with the first one. So first question, let's say calculate the mean of ten. Okay, very basic question. Let's see what it answers. If it okay. Wow, it's taking a while. Assistant. Why is it not? It should give me the assistant response right there. Here's how to calculate the mean. Sum of the numbers 55. Count the numbers. There are 10 divided by them. 55. If the list of the numbers, its mean is correct. Mean is given. Write a sentence which have letters F only 3 times. Letter F only 3 times. Okay. Write a sentence which has letter F only 3 times. Let's see its row output. The fluffy, feathery fabric fell softly from the frame. Okay, so we know the answer for this one is incorrect. Cool. So, okay, so what direction do you want to go in? So there is one way we can go in the like the general part where we can try to generate very like when we can try to generate and fine tune our model prompts for very generic questions for all the encompassing the whole domain. And the other part we can go around by is that we focus only on the STEM questions, just like ChatGPT has, like with the O1 model. So, what do you think is better? Do you want to focus on the STEM reasoning based questions, or do you want to go with the encompassing the whole domain kind of prompt fine tuning? I'm not sure. I think the results would be better for that STEM based only because we will be able to fine tune our model and give it the prompt specific to like how you think in a mathematical or a scientific way. But we can also let's include this question. This could be our one exception to see the basic vocab based reasoning. And this question it was able to answer correctly, so I'll just make a few changes to this. Just say instead of this, let's say calculate the mean of 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 7, 8, 8, 10. Okay, general common sense you want to go by. Okay, Sid. Anyone else has any input on this? I guess only Sid is here to talk. Let's calculate the mean. Is the sum correct? 56, 1, 1, 1, 1. No, the sum can't be correct. 1 and 1. I've subtracted 2 only, so the sum should be 53, I think. 53, right? Yeah. So the sum itself is wrong and the answer is wrong. So yeah, this is the one that we can use. Other than that, we can have, okay, this is there. Now let's say general common sense questions, right? So okay, but here, okay, but this will require the latest information about the currency too, right? We are not passing it any web-based retrieve data. So let's not use this one. Yeah, you can just convert both of the units to dollar itself. I think it will be confused in that also. So let's say today I have $54. Yesterday was a busy day and I spent $39. How many dollars did I had the day before yesterday? Maybe this here it can get confused. Bro, no. Why not? Yeah, you see, it gets confused in this, right? It subtracts them where it should have added them. What's the problem? The amount of money I spent earlier yesterday doesn't affect today's amount. Yeah, that's why I'm asking it to. Hey, that's a simpler question that you are saying. How many dollars do I have today? I can say that. Yeah, okay, I got the point of your question. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got your point. Cool, I'll update the question. Spent 39 euros. Yeah, this should be fine. And you approximately have $11.10. Wow, that's fucked in that sense. Common logic, huh? Okay, let's ask. I had issues. A good common sense question. simple division. Simple division it should be able to do. This kind of a question it should be able to do. Yes, three nodes what you want, and this means you're trying to figure out how to combine three nodes into two. You can't combine three nodes into two. You can only have a maximum of two nodes. You know if you have any that many puzzles. What the fuck is this? I have three $2 notes. Alright. Nodes may exchange with the exchange so that I have two nodes at max. How many dollars is it? Use a data set. You can't have more two nodes at max if you started with three. Here's five, you have three nodes, you started with three. More than two, you can't exchange three nodes into two nodes. So that I have money. Oh god, are you kidding me? Ah, where is it? Must have not been saved, is it? Okay, it is there. Cool. So, if anyone is new here, what we are trying to do is we have just created an architecture for the O1, trying to imitate the O1 model in terms of reasoning. So, first of all, we are trying to create a data set of 10 questions where we can explore if how is our models working as such in general. A small model, we are using a Gemma 222 billion model, and then we'll try to fit it into the pipeline where we can, experiment with that, and that should help us. So that's the current goal right now. So again, to summarize, so we are going to be using this model, the not this llama 270b, Gemma 2 billion model, and we are going to fit it into a pipeline where we have a performer and an evaluator, where the LLM can keep looping here until and unless it is satisfied with the reasoning and the final output, and then we can use the final, like this is our reasoning part where the performer and the evaluator model will try to reason through the answer, and then we can finally have the summarizer. So first task we are doing for that is creating a notebook of questions. So that's what I'm working on right now. So we have these three questions currently, and let's do some more math or science based reasoning questions. So let's do that river problem. Like, think the riverman problem was solved by GPT-o1, right? ChatGPT, uh, chat.openAI. Let's see, we experimented with this. So there was this one question, this one also, but I think what I'm asking for is, do I not have that? Okay, weird. I must have asked it somewhere. Yeah, optical swimming direction. Yeah, this one. Let's keep one of these questions the same. So this question was basically a basic JE question. Let's see how the model performs on this one. And yeah, let's have one more question and we can try testing it out again. So what more in terms of maths? Let's calculate the variance of this as well. Let's see, variance is a trickier calculation, right? And we just copy it out. What's happening? Why is it stuck? Or cancel run. Stop. Let's restart this session. I don't know, it's giving some weird behavior. Not sure, guys. Kaggle was giving us weird behaviors for a 2 billion model. What will happen if we use a large model? That's the crazy part. Um, yeah. Wow. Yeah, you're coming up with some great questions, sir. You're doing a good job. I'm impressed. So variance one is there, then you can ask if we lay 6 towels out in the sun and it takes 4 hours to dry, how long would 36 towels take to dry? Considering we have infinite row. Or maybe we don't mention this. Let's try to let it figure it out. Okay, I wanted more of a sequential questions. I think more of the questions that require some kind of planning and step-by-step reasoning. What more questions does require? Let's see what they have used, right? So, share open, yeah, O1 mini introduction. Yeah, let's ask it to calculate the transpose of a matrix also. But using a bash script was the tricky part, was it? Uh, Reasoning. Wow, cool. Okay, these are your prompts. I was just searching for ChatGPT's reasoning, learning with reason. Yeah. Here they have shown some of the questions they have asked in coding, math. Let's see. Let n be a positive integer. Let k be a monic. Real polynomials of degree 2n. That is to say, no. We don't need to go there. Let's say it is to calculate if a pattern is a AP, HP, or GB. So let's say what which okay, this one should be fine. Let's ask this question. Let's see what's the results right now. I'll have to use my tokens. So let's just quickly stop the screen sharing again. Yeah, cool. Yeah, back again. So we have logged in. Let's do this. Finally, let's ask the question that we were all excited to ask. So, yeah, like that. Okay, list 6 towels. This is our next question, and that should be enough. I think let's just do 2, 3 more questions. More questions that we can ask. Let's see. Science, what they have asked in science. What is the pH of a 0.1 m solution? Okay, let's ask this. Why not? According to their claims, the answer should be wrong by ChatGPT 4.0. So we'll see if it is actually wrong or not for our model. Or let's just pick up a CodeForces 700 question. ChatGPT 4.0 was 900, right? Let's do a 800 question. This should be difficult enough. So one coding question. Okay. Just remove the copy part. I'm just trying to reformat it because our model is not as good as ChatGPT, so I don't want it to get confused. And that should be enough. Let's do maybe one more coding question, or what are the other criteria they have picked up? Let's see. Safety, health science. Yeah, this should be interesting. This should be interesting. The answer changes. Basically, our target on this one should be more on the approach. But yeah, I think this is more on what it is trained on. I don't think it should be good for us. So let's go to English, I guess. The following passage is a draft of an excerpt in a contemporary book. Ah, bullshit. Let's do the strawberry one also, right? How many R's in the word strawberry? The famous question. Then we'll do one more question. Let's say based on object tracking. So I have a diamond. I put the diamond in a cup. I move the cup to the kitchen counter. I go to my bedroom with the cup, flip the cup once above the bed, and then keep it on the bedside table. Upside down once above the bed and keep it on the bedside table. But three another. Let's number the brothers. Let's number middle. Yeah, the 2 billion bottle is too small for this, right? We'll see. If it fails, it will fail for all three of them. We can just look at the approach. If the approach is better for the last model, we can, because we also have to compare the approach, right? So that we can think of it in like how it scales up with the model size. So I think it should be fine. One of the cases can be in a way where we can see. I also expect it to fail for a 2 billion model, but the thing is that when it fails, we'll able to see how it is failing for all three of them. Was it able to reach closer to the answer with us, with our newer approach, or there was always a problem? So that should be fine. Where is the diamond now? So this is also a very common kind of a question in large language models where it is not able to track the object very properly. So here it should be like when we flip the cup upside down above the bed, the diamond would fall down from the bed, and then we cupped up to the upside bedside table. But somehow the model is not able to recognize or track all of that, and it just says the cup, like the diamond would stay inside the cup or something. It will not fall on the bed. That's weird. Well, we can test this. I can just show you. Maybe 2x2 matrix multiplication 2. 22 matrix multiplication. Okay, let's do a problem. What is the product of let's do a simple let's do a matrix, the numbers that don't occur very frequently, 13 17, then 1.5 2.5 2.9, or maybe it will get confused in the decimals. Let's do 3 1.5, only a single decimal place. And what is the product of matrix 1 is equal to this with matrix product of mm, let's do 1.53 13 17. Okay, this should be enough. And yeah, we have 11 questions now. We thought of doing 10, but that's fine. Now let's just ask it some of these questions and see where is it going right now. Or maybe, you know what, let's just create a list of questions here, because we'll have to reuse them multiple times. So this is our first one. Calculate the mean of this. And then we have the second one. And then let's keep going. This boring thing. Where are you guys gone now? There should be more people here. What happened? I guess the coding made it a bit boring, is it? Do we need to not code? How can we make this stream more interactive? Let's see. And finally, 3 brothers agreed to meet. The coding one. Okay, there must be some. Yeah, let's just do the triple string format for this one. This should prevent us from any errors. Not sure. Was there a problem? Yeah, there is. Okay. Yeah, the triple strings will work here. Then where are the quotations? And see a quotation mark inside. Okay. Must have missed it. Then finally you have this. How many R's in the word strawberry? And then last but not the least. Okay. Not 10. We have 11 questions now. Fine. Boring job. Boom. Okay, cool. We have the questions now. Okay. Please don't. So for questions, we'll just go about there. Answers. And we should have imported TQDM, right? It would get too boring like this, even for the later stages. Can I go back up? Thank you. Import from TQDM, import TQDM. The most commonly used library when you get bored. Try in TQDM questions. Now things will fast up. I think there was the problem is when you do it like this. Okay, so there is one more thing. When you do it like this, the TQDM doesn't know the number of elements. So it's better to do it like this. And here you'll just do questions I. Now it knows the number of instances. So if you did it without range len, but what happen is it will go, it doesn't know the length of this question. So it will just think of it as a generator. So it will just tell you that it is taking these many times per iterations, but it will not be able to tell you how much estimated time it will take. But if you do it like that, using range len, you would be able to see. So if you get bored like me and want to see how close you are getting to this, then this is better for you. Okay, well, let's let it keep going on. So for I in row answer, we'll just print I. And other than that, we shouldn't be needing anything. The only thing we need afterwards is your prompt, version 2. Okay. So you want to use all of this, right? So you're using it as a system prompt or a user prompt? How are you using this? Sid, are you there? Okay, and I assume you're using it as a system prompt. It looks like a specific set of instructions, so I'll just do that. Yep. Where was it? I'll just copy this. I'll just paste it here. Okay, triple quotes. Way to go. Boom, done. Then you visit super prompt. Yeah, is that it? Set super agent prompt. We will regenerate. Set super agent answer. What's the problem? Okay, now we have both of these. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. Um, I've set the latency to low, but I guess the internet is not really that good. I'll have to upgrade my plan from next time, because in terms of the settings, I think stream settings, output. Do you have to reduce the bitrate? Let's see. Best bitrate. YouTube live streaming. Choose live encoder settings bitrates. I don't see it. Very fast encoder preset. Medium CPU usage, very fast. For low CPU usage, lowest quality. Let's go for super fast then. Maybe the quality will not be as good, but maybe it will improve the latency a bit. Let's see. I'll have to experiment with these things. Wow, took a lot of time. This makes new tokens things. This will also cause a problem, right, in some of our questions. Let's see the responses for the row ones, and we'll try to evaluate from there how we need to move forward. Try in row answer. Print I. Oh, okay. I'm not sure about that. Weird. Here's how to calculate the mean. The mean of the list is 5, which is again wrong. Convert euros to dollar, again wrong. Calculate remaining dollars. Yep. You have approximately visualize the situation. Oh, wait. This looks like more of your answers. Okay. Okay, let's print for I and Sid super agent answer print I. Yeah, these are yours. Am I using the same one? There's some mess up. These are getting appended in different lists, right? There shouldn't be an error. I don't know. Okay, we can regenerate these. There's a weird confusion. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Max token thing. Max tokens. Yeah. Let's see if it supports it. Okay, it is supporting it. Cool. We should keep it even higher as such. I think in our later stage also, if we want to use that performer evaluator, we'll need more tokens. So for testing your prompt, you use ChatGPT 4 or something, right? Which model did you use for that? See, I've worked. Cool. Nice. You've been working a lot towards the prompts things. I think you can also explore that DSPy thing. So recently, this thing was introduced, DSPy, which helps you automatically program prompts as such. You just let it automate the prompts for you. So if you are into the prompts, if you want to work on them, this could be a good tool for you for working towards that. And let's see. Uh, wow, the delay is real. The delay is significant. It's crazy. It's really difficult to conversate in this kind of a delay. Okay, I'll see. From the next stream onwards, I'll see into this. I'll try to reduce the delay a bit. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem. Cool, it is getting done for us now, and then we'll have to finally work on our architecture thing. So let's try to write the code for it by then. So, oh, okay. Yeah, then it's fine if it was a personal prompt. So, what I was thinking was, ignore this. Yeah, we should start writing the code for our O1 style architecture. Finally, the thing that we have been waiting for. Let's do this first. Let's see what it is doing by now. So, I still think it is somehow using your. Do you think these answers are okay? So, do you think these answers look like the ones that would be generated from your prompt? Because I think somehow Is there some kind of cache problem in this pipeline? Because, yeah, this doesn't feel right. Like, why would Gemma output in this format directly? Weird, yeah. Um, oh, what the fuck, dude? Why does this keep happening to me? I need a mouse, I guess. Fuck, this is annoying. I'll have to restart this. It's so annoying. I have to put you back on red screen. Put in my token. And token has been put it. Now I can bring you guys back up to the picture. Now we can import our pipeline again. But how would we solve this? Like, this caching issue would cause us problems later also. Message is getting passed on. How is there a cache in messages? Weird. How is the system prompt getting stored? Is it keeping a history of things? Is it like that? I think some kind of history is there. Let me see. Transformers pipeline. Is somehow keeping a history, either it is keeping a history of the chats or the system prompt has been cached by it, which is getting used over and over again. We don't want that. We'll have to use the transformer model in a different sense. If that's the case, can we go to this code? Not sure. So let's see. Is there any other way of using this? Yeah, model or generate should be better in this case. Because I think, but how would I? Okay, you can use the apply chat template. Okay. So we'll use this one then. We'll have to just pip install accelerate. Okay. Yeah, we can't work with that. There is some kind of cache going on there. Pip install accelerate. So now we should have a model that now we can start working on a model that should work like O1, at least theoretically, the way they have presented their model. So let's see how close we'll be able to get to that. Now we don't want to know the model like this, so we want to change that, and we want to use this one. So let's copy this, paste it over all here. Then we have the model input text. We don't want to use all of this right now, at least. Boom, bam, yes ma'am. Then that's done. Load the questions. Now for the row answers part, we'll go here. It's super simple. That's the best part about it. You can apply the chat template. So we'll just go here. Let's copy it down over here itself. Boom. So messages remain the same, only the questions I. And then chat apply template, max tokens again 2048, and print. Yep. Don't just do that. Do row answer. Print tokenizer.tcode. Cool. Now we can remove all of this. I hope this apply chat template and modular generate thing would not keep any caches by default, and no chat history should be used also. So this should prevent us from any of the testing errors that might have been passed through by the pipeline thing. I think the pipeline uses the chat history or something that is forcing it to use the system prompt over and over again. But whatever it is, this should solve this. And let's wait for the answers to be generated. We'll see at the answers once, and then we can start working on that this performer evaluator architecture. Till then, we can work on their prompts as such. So let's see. So for the start, so as it goes around with the prompts, it's said that you should always work on the simpler ones. You should always start simple and then slowly complicate the prompts after fine tuning them. So we'll start with a very simple prompt and we'll see where it can go from there. How long is the stream been going for? It's been 3 hours already. Wow. Didn't get to know that. That's cool. So yeah, let's wait for these questions to be generated. Till then we should work on our prompts. Let's go here. Let's say here, yeah. Our performer, our task, and our prompt. So let's say our task is start prompt. So let's have a very simple prompt. Given use the read the user very carefully planning how you can solve the given problem in a step reasoning. Session and output right to the user first task that needs to be on this step by step version. So for our first the start prompt, our query is read the user query carefully, write to the user the first step that needs to be performed to solve the problem given in the query, think and plan about the solution and the steps needed to be performed step by step. Write to the user the first step, only the first step. Only the first step that needs to be performed to solve the problem given in the query. Think and plan about the solution and the steps needed to be performed in a step by step. Read the user query carefully. Write to the user only the first step that needs to be performed to solve the problem given in the query. Think and plan about the solution and the steps needed to be performed step by step. Okay, this is our first one. Now the second word is the performer. Given the query and the task that needs to be performed. Hmm. Mhm. Perform the task instructions provided on the query carefully using the previous task as well in the context. Yeah, so the task would be given and would also give the context from the previous query, right? And that's important. Without that, how can you do it? So, yeah, the task. So -2. Okay. Okay, okay. So nothing much. So given the query, perform the task instructions carefully. By step, break down the task into even simpler steps. Uh, Performance easier. Response from the previous task is always same. Okay, so this is your first step. Easy enough. You just want to do this and think about the breaking the problem into simple. Hi Starlord, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel. So today we are trying to make a model that we're trying to imitate the performance boost given by the O1 model that has been introduced recently by ChatGPT. So we discussed in architecture earlier in the video, so you can go there and look at it. So basically we are trying to use a performer and an evaluator and try to use a while loop between them so that the LLM can reason through the task and generate some interesting choose some interesting questions that were not being able to perform before. So we are using the Gemma 2 billion model to do the experiment right now. So yeah, this was just to summarize the things for you. How are you doing? So okay, think about using the steps. Okay, that is our performer, then the start prompt, and finally we should have our evaluator. Evaluator would use check the response generated with respect the relevance to the query. Check the response generated and see if it has been correctly calculated or not based on the task that was given to the model. And also, Starlord, there is a huge delay in the chat and the video thing right now. I don't know why is that. I'll figure it out in the next video. So yeah, if you are thinking that I've been not responding for a while or not seeing your message, that is not the case. There is a huge delay. I don't know why it's happening right now. I'll figure it out for the next stream. You'll have to bear it with me for this one. I'm really sorry for that. Cool. Now that we are out of the way. So check the response generated and see if it has been calculated or not based on the task that was given to the model. Also check if the approach is correct and relevant to the query provided. Right, and based on these insights, decide what should be the next step taken by the model. Could include thinking of alternate approaches if the approach seems incorrect, or continuing approach. Next step taken. What should be the next step taken by the user based on the Oh, cool, man. Enjoy your veterinary. And thanks for the subscription. If you can share this with anyone who is interested in AI or who likes science and technology as such, that's what I mostly do in this channel. I like to explore some projects regarding science and technology, or mostly I'm focused on AI. So if you have a friend that is interested in that, share the channel with them. I would love to have more people here. We could have a whole thing going on then, projects and stuff. So again, thanks for the subscription. All the best to you too for your veterinary. Cool. So based on these insights, decide what should be the next step taken by the user. To get the most optimal result for their query. Yeah, that should be all, I think. Other than that, I think, what else? If you think based on the response and task that is wrong, you can, the next task should be the alternate. The user should sorry for that. So yeah, that should be all. Now we have finally our summarizer. So our summarizer will finally go ahead and say that use all the thinking tracks discussed and extract the important highlight just to respond to the events and be useful. Just being that are important to the users carry to be of any use. I've seen this mostly that LLMs work better if you connect some kind of emotion with them. So I'm just saying that if you don't answer that question, if you don't include all the information that is necessary, you would be of no use. That's painful. That's painful for the LLM as well. I think that should help it answer in a better sense. So, okay, where were we? So these are the answers generated without any prompt, without any system prompt. That is the raw answers generated. Now we'll use the SID prompts with them to see how the answers are generated then. So start of turn, user, calculate this, here how to calculate the mean. Yeah, again, the answer is incorrect only. That's the problem, right? Yeah, all of the answers are still the same. Now we use the prompt. Let's see if SID prompts helps us with things. Then I expected to. Like his prompt looked really worked out well. I'm not sure how it will do for us, but we'll see. It looks well thought of. We'll see. Now finally after this we'll work with our, so we can already start importing. So the first of all we have our start prompt. Start prompt is this one. And yeah, one more thing that we are missing is in the so we should make it important for the model. If you think the response answers the question satisfactorily and no other steps need to be taken, you need to add anything response. Check if the result should the users is enough. If yes, and no other steps are need to obtain the answer anymore, you must add done at the end of your response. Okay, so this should be our special token that we were talking about. So this token would tell us when we want to stop our while loop of answer generation. So let's see. What the fuck? Why does this keep happening? Oh my god. I should use my mouse. Are the session details saved? I think they are. They are in the shit color. Oh, why does this keep on happening? Fine, we'll restart it again. It's ridiculous, but it's the part of thing. I hated myself. I hate myself for this. Yeah, we'll just clean up the notebook a bit. Maybe we'll also upload it on Kaggle as such. Could be an interesting notebook for people to try around. Interesting approach. Um, yeah. Why can't I get the McDonald's music out of my head sometimes? McDonald's music is weird. Sometimes it just randomly pops up in your head and you just start singing it. Something McDonald's did with their psychology thing. Crazy. McDonald's is a crazy company. Their song, way the song stays in your head. I think there is some kind of conspiracy there, definitely. Somehow, just gets stuck in your head and you can't remove that pam, 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 pam from your head. It's crazy, man. I'm telling you. Super scary. You don't know. You don't know what they do with their burgers. You don't know. I'll just have to close my screen for a second because I have to put the token ID for my Hugging Face that I have been doing for the fourth time now because somehow I just keep pressing the wrong keys and my session keeps restarting in Kaggle, which is super bad, super stupid. But what can we do? So I should be back again. You must be able to hear my sweet, sweet voice by then. And here we are. Now you're able to see me. So great. Um, okay. I'll try to change my position. It's been a while now. And yeah, it's been a while since I've been streaming. How many hours it's been? 3 hours. We'll see if I have to continue streaming or we'll see. Let's try to complete the first experiment at least. We'll keep the fine tuning for the next stream, I guess. And I also want to work on some annotation tools and stuff, some UI stuff, basically React and things like that. So we'll see regarding that as well, if we can go in that direction. No, but I also don't have the tokenizer and stuff, right? Where did I import these? Oh, okay. I have them. Okay, 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 okay. Cool. Module. Object is not callable. Which module? Oh, from, yeah, sorry. Cool, it is running now. After this, we'll print out the answers, then we'll use the prompt and see if adding a system prompt could help us answer some of these questions correctly. After that, we'll finally work with our prompts or this O1 inspired architecture. I'm not sure if O1 uses this. I'm not claiming in any sense that this is the architecture used by O1. I want to be as legally correct as possible. What I'm trying to claim is that looking at the responses and looking at the style the model has been answering, I think this could be the closest to what they are using. Performer prompt. And we'll, yeah. Finally evaluate the prompt. So and finally, you have the summarizer prompt. Cool. We have all the prompts. Then we just want to call it in a loop and get the stuff done. We'll create a single class for them. But okay. We'll try to productionize the code later. I'll not be too deeply focused on writing very clean code right now. I just want to test it and see how it is working. And then we can, if it works out for us, and after performing some prompt fine tuning and stuff, we can try to productionize this code and have this as a standard inference method that you can use locally using only a 2 billion parameter model, which is kind of cool. And if it is able to reason better, then you are in a good shape. What else do you need, guys? Let's see. I'm missing a detail. I know it. I just have to change this. Here you go. You just change this to this. Boom. So I was initially using the pipeline thing that Hugging Face provides, but somehow weirdly it was keeping some kind of a cache, or you can call maybe chat history, that was forcing it to like have the system prompt everywhere, which I didn't want to use. I wanted to compare between them. So I had to use this one where I'm not using the pipeline anymore. I'm using the model or generate, which should not have any kind of chat history feature in it, because I was not able to find anything regarding the pipeline chat history thing. So I'm not sure if it uses it or not. Okay. So this is getting completed right now. Till then, we can start writing our code. So what we want is, we want so let's go for a single question first. Let's try to understand what we are trying to do. So what we want is, we have a question, you get that question, right? You get that question. Let's call the question only. You get that question. You want, first of all, you want that question to pass from the start prompt. So you want the message to be so let's say, where did it go? Yeah, messages. So you want to use this, and you want messages is equal to, here you want the start prompt and the question. So this will be your um, start messages, or we can just go keep calling it messages itself. So we can do it like this, right? Yeah, first of all, you want to go to the start prompt, then you want to iterate. So we should have a formatter as such for messages, or we can use a function in itself. So let's say def o1 style model, and you pass in the question in it. So whenever you pass a question, let's see the answers for the SID one. What the hell? Why does it not print sometimes? It's weird. Ah, shit, okay. I'll just rerun this. We have plenty of time. I'll at least keep my data sets correct. Direct copying doesn't always work. Not it. Bad habit. It's a bad coding habit. Oh, and then when you go here, you receive a question. What you want to do is, first of all, get your message. Messages is equal to this thing. Then here you want to use the start prompt. Now you'll get your first task. You'll not get it yet. You have to call the model first. So you do this, and you get your output. This is your final output. This is your task, right? Task is equal to this. Then you want to go into the while loop. This is your start task, and you have a thinking track here, while not thinking track, or thinking track -1. So basically are done, not in. Okay, so while we don't have our special token inside of it, what we want to do is, we want to keep running the loop between our performer and our evaluator. So first of all, we'll go with the performer. So performer will use the performer prompt. and it will use the question, but not directly. But so what we want to do is we want to use the last task. So we'll have a format. So what we want our prompts to be like, it should have the query, it should have the result from the previous task, and it should have the finally our task to perform. So okay, so let's do it like this. So and here we'll put in our query. So question use an f string. After this, you have the query. You want to do previous response result. Then you will put in your thinking track -2, because you get it right, because we will be appending the task first, and then we'll be appending the, so the start task should be appended to thinking track first of all. So while not thinking track, I said it right, so you don't need this. So it will go before thinking track, should be the first thing you do, and you do start task. Rather than call it start task, you can just call it, you don't need to start task like this, you can just call it thinking track dot append. So now the last one is this, when done not in thinking track -1. So thinking track -1 you are assuming to be your evaluator result. So you go inside, you go to your, you perform your, you generate your final string. Your final input should have the query, then your previous result, which is thinking track -2, because there is your task, then you'll have that, then you'll have another task. So -2 is the way to go. If, yeah, so it should be if thinking track is greater than 1, then you do it like this. So you do last, and then you have the result from the previous one, and then finally you will have your task to perform. Backslash, and here you will have your, the task to perform would be in your thinking track -1. And here only you will have another one, which is else, and you'll just remove this line. Cool. And this will go inside of your model, and you will get this will generate your messages. Instead of using this, you will use your final input, and after that you will follow the same steps like this one. Messages, yeah, this should be your thinking track.append tokenizers.decode, and this will give you your result. You will use your result to pass it to, okay, so result you want to pass in like the query and the result. So input would be something like, again, query, and you'll use it, and then you'll finally have your response. result. I think I've used result. Mm. It will be result. So result, and there you'll pass in your thinking track -1, -1, and then you will finally have your messages again. Then you will do this again, and that is all from my side. So this should give you, like, this should be the end of your while loop. If it anyway, anytime it puts done in it, you are done, and then you have the final input in your thinking tracks. Now you want to use these thinking tracks as the final input to your summarizer. Now how do you format that? So what you can do is, you have the task, there's the task, the result, task, result, task, result. So what you can do is, so final string should be equal to nothing at the start, and for I in thinking tracks, you can do it like this. So let's not go all the way. So range len thinking tracks, and we'll 0 to this, and we'll hope to. So I plus 1, that all will add. So what we'll do is, string is equal to our task, then we'll have our task, which is thinking tracks I, then we'll have our, let me just put some white spaces here, and then you'll have your result. There you'll have your thinking tracks I plus 1, and you will do final string plus equal to string plus backslash n. So this should give you your final string that you can pass into your summarizer, and then you will just do the same thing again. There would be your, this is very basic code. There you'll have your summarizer prompt, and then you will here pass in your final string, and then you should finally get your output. So this thing you copy again, so much copy paste in this one, and then you can do model to generate output 0 tokenizer to decode. This you want to return, and finally, and just for now I'll be, fuck, this was gonna happen again, was it? And then just for now I'll write to also print my thinking tracks, just to see if the model is working correctly or not, and that should be all. Let's see. So O1 style model, that's what I've called it, right? Let's ask the question 0. Let's see what it gives us. Yeah. Let's see, guys. It might take a while, okay? Because there might be multiple calls it has to make, but we'll see. The first question is to generate the mean. So let's see if the mean is generated correctly after this. Okay, there is an error. What's the error? Queued out of memory. Try to regulate 4.72 GB. Wow. Is it? Doesn't look like it. Why is queued out of memory? I'm not doing anything in parallel as such. Should we try it again? Maybe the token size? Again, I'm not doing anything in parallel, so everything is happening sequentially, so there shouldn't be an out of memory error in this case. That's weird. You are using 100% of your GPU, is it? Oh, we have only 16 GB of it. Okay, let's try to use the 30 GB one. Let's stop this session. Let's see this. Yeah. Let's use this one. Let's see. Let's go through this again. Now we should have our reasoning model ready. We'll just have to evaluate the outputs and we'll be good to go. Now we have a 30 GB GPU. Now it shouldn't be a problem. I only have I've only used 1 hour, right? I thought it was backwards. I've not used Kaggle for a long time now. So let's see what we get now. Yeah. Do your installations. Yeah, so the thing is, what we are doing is, so it would have been better if I could show you my whiteboard again and again. But what we're trying to do is try to create a model architecture similar to the one released in the O1 model, where we try to iterate through iterative steps of chain of thought reasoning, and then finally, when we are satisfied with our reasoning and the steps that we have performed, then only do we ask the model to generate a summary of tasks. So that thinking before answering part, we are trying to do that self-reflect kind of thing in the model. I have to put in my token, so you'll have to see the black screen for a while. And so yeah, so we are exactly trying to imitate that thing. uh, so let's see how the simple JAMA model performs if we do that. And yeah, now you can come back on my screen. Hello guys. So yeah, we are trying to create a similar architecture for JAMA. Now, again, the architecture that we have constructed here is not by any means the same used by OpenAI. It is just a speculative guess that if they are doing all of this, if their model is performing in a certain way, they might be doing it like this. I'm not sure if they have completely changed the model in the background or what else is going on. It is not a very transparent company. It is a very capitalist kind of company. I've mentioned this multiple times in the stream, I guess, which is not good, but okay. So yeah, so now we are seeing what the results would be generated, and we'll try to compare them with the raw results and see if they are any better. If they are, we have a simple implementation of a reasoning based model that can work for your local machines as well. What else do you want? Good enough, I'd say. Yeah, so we are waiting for this to happen. We'll just keep on doing this. This should work. There might be some errors in this one. I've written this very roughly right now. This is not clean code. This is not what I recommend. Please, guys, don't follow this. kind of structure while you're working at your company and everything, you would be thrown out really quickly. It is not a good experience, trust me. I have not been thrown out. I don't want to be thrown out. I pray to God that I don't. I hope you also pray with that for me, but please don't use such bad practices as well. Let's see. We are waiting for the answers to be generated. Once they are, we can finally see at least one answer generated from this model. If even one answer is done correctly, then we know we have something. And we'll have to do some prompt fine tuning and stuff like that also, because we have assigned different tasks to different things. And also we are using a specialized token for this. So I'm not sure if it would be correctly writing this out every time right now. But that is also something we can experiment with, this kind of a token. If we fine tune a model on a specialized token, then it will make things even more interesting for us. So yeah, I think the next big steps for this kind of a project would be to fine tune all of these models separately for the tasks they are going to perform, and also use some special tokens, inbuild them inside of the LLM's memory so that we can have a even further boost in the performance. So like for example, if you're fine tuning the performer prompt, or performer prompt and the performer model in itself, our task would be to fine tune it in a fashion that allows it to perform the task it is given correctly. It shouldn't be focusing on any other thing. Only purpose should be performing the task it has been given. The evaluator model, it should be able to think of alternative approaches, evaluate if the answer has been done correctly or not. That's the task of the evaluator prompt. The start prompt should initiate the uh, LLM answer generation or the COT with the correct kind of a direction. So this kind of fine tuning we can do through reinforcement learning inside the model itself, and create a separate models for each of them. That might give a huge boost in the performance there and that. But for now, we are experimenting with simple prompts and trying to imitate the behavior of the latest OpenAI model with just these simple things. So we will see how this is going to go. Let's see. Yeah, this will take a while, I think. Where are we? Oh, so we have done two questions from 11 in this one. Okay. Then we'll finally come down to this, right? Cool. I'll just close this up. I hope we don't get queued out of memory error this time. I really hope that. Hey, I see there's a huge spike in viewers again. It's not huge, I guess, relatively, but you'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there. Hello everyone, you say? We are trying to imitate the O1 model, and yeah, we are just trying to experiment with some of the approaches that might be possible that the O1 model was using, and see what results we can get from them. It's pretty interesting. If you want to go into more of the architecture design and exploring the O1 part, you can go to the start of the live stream where we have explored all of these various models and see how they are performing. It would be interesting. Right now, I'm just sitting here idle, waiting for the model to return something. I think we should also, we'll see if it gets completed or not, and we should also have a limit of the number of iterations that take here. It can happen that sometimes it gets stuck here in a loop or something, like this loop never ends. So we have to have a edge case or a limit to the number of iterations it can, number of steps it can think through. Yeah, that is important. Without it, it can blast off sometimes. Never give a result to us, and that we don't want. What else? Yeah, that should be all. Regarding that second intruding question for coders, is it over for coders? So, what do you guys think? Having a model like this that can code and have a 1807 lead code, code forces rating, is it really over for coders? Well, if you ask for my opinion on this, I'll say that it would be over for coders once there is no need to maintain your repo or do everything that you need to do. Coders don't just need to write DSA algorithms. Like, do you think a software engineering job goes like this, where you are sitting in your office and you're just given a DSA problem and you solve the DSA problem like you were given in CodeForces, and you give it to them and they're like, oh wow, you solved the DSA problem. Thanks. That's not how it's working, right? That's not what a software engineering job looks like. In a software engineering job, your major focus should be on maintaining the code, making a code that is reusable, making a code that is modular. Now, to achieve all of that, you'll have to focus on things like uh, system design, the things that comes down to managerial decisions, what library you want to use, is the versioning correct, is the versioning the one you want to stick with, if this library is more trustable because it belongs to that company, if this library is more usable. All of these kind of managerial decisions, system design decisions will come down. It is possible that your coding workload would decrease, but that doesn't mean that the coders would decrease. It will only mean that less workforce would be needed for coders, and the company would be able to focus more on people in the system design and long term decision making tasks. So the only thing you will get is a improved code base, so you'll see more interesting codes being written all over the place, because people will stop worrying about the deep mathematical coding part of things if there is such a good model available to code for you, and people will start focusing more towards the system design part and how can you make things work, that kind of thing. So that's my opinion on it. Okay, so we keep running out of memory for some reason. So how should we go about that? Should we reduce the maximum new tokens? Yeah, let's reduce this. That is weird. I'm doing this sequentially. We shouldn't run out of memory in such a case, but you are. You'll have to. I don't even know. I have not read enough about the transformers, yeah, this tokenizer and auto tokenizer pipeline library and stuff. I mostly work with ChatGPT APIs, so I'm not sure how this is working. So there could be some problem in the API itself where it is running out of memory, because it shouldn't ideally. Everything is happening sequentially, so memory should get freed after a while, but it is not. The more calls I make to the memory, somehow it is getting more filled up. Some kind of a leakage. To CUDA, input IDs to CUDA. Is that what is causing the issue? But I'm replacing the same input IDs, right? But that also shouldn't be an issue. Outputs is also the same. Outputs is also getting replaced every time because the same variable name is being used. So I'm really not sure what is going on. What is going on wrong here? Tokenizer or decode? Is that causing a problem? I'm not really sure. So I guess we'll have to wait for that kind of results, because somehow I'm not able to get this to work. You can try working on it further. I'm not out of juice right now. The only problem is I don't know what the problem is. If I knew what the problem is, it is better. The half of the part of debugging is knowing what the problem is. That's where I'm stuck at. I guess Hugging Face. Okay, let's see. Hugging Face auto tokenizer runs out of memory after some calls. Unfree GPU after inference using auto tokenizer. Yes, that's the issue I'm facing. I'm trying to use the auto model despite deleting all the variables, running the garbage collector and collecting CUDA.empty cache. This becomes an issue, and I'm trying to run multiple signals at the same point and run out of GPU. What could be the cause of this potential? Still need to ensure that the memory is freed before performing the next operation. You can try specifying the model from the memory and creating a new model before each run. For example, clear memory before next output model is equal to none tokenizer. Wow. You have to load the model every time. That's crazy. Nah, I don't trust that. That's stupid. That is just stupid. Oh, God. So how should we go about doing that? We can try using the pipeline thing Hugging Face provides, or is there any other way of running this model? Is there not any other way of running this model instead of auto tokenizer, auto model? Uh, that's just bad. I'm getting a weird error because of this. Memory should be freed ideally. We can try a little reinstantiating the model every time, but that just sounds so stupid. But okay, why not? Let's do it. So let's save this every time, yeah? Yeah, just sound ridiculous. It's the shittiest thing I've ever seen. So every time you start the loop, you run this, and every time you end the loop, you say tokenizer is none, model is none. Okay. Tokenizer tokenizer is equal to none, none. Yep, and finally you want to what? Yeah, this guy. I don't have any other option. Let's see if this works or not. Then you do torch.qdot.empty cache, gc.collect, everything you do. Okay, let's try this. I'll have to rerun it, right? This stupidity. You also have to evaluate the model right now. But with this collab thingy, I'm not sure. It would have, it would have been much better if the model was running locally. But it would take too much time to process at that thing. It will load the widget. I'll have to switch your curtains off again. Yeah, just give me a minute. Boom, 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 boom. Oh wow, it's stuck. Yeah, it's just battery reset. Just give me an output for a single question, man. That would be enough for me to close the stream. I know the stream shouldn't have been this long. Hey guys, I'm back. I still not put the Hugging Face token though. Somehow the notebook was stuck. So I'll have to re-wait for that. What else can you do? Is the pipeline better? I don't know. But this memory leakage shouldn't be there, especially in Hugging Face. It's a very huge name. They should maintain these things. I don't know, it's been so common nowadays. Like, I was also working with some PyTorch repos, and yeah, again the same issue. The everything was just GPU was not getting free completely. I think this problem is getting more and more prevalent in these models nowadays. Cool. Now you have the token authenticated. Now I'll just go quickly to our model. We'll see at the other ones later. Just load the questions. Will not run the other models as I don't know if their memory is getting freed or not. Then maybe our model will work. And then we also don't want this. We just want, yeah, here. Run this, run this, run this. Now let's see what are the results we are getting. If we'll get any results, that is. Oh, there is one problem. Fuck, I just realized. Reference before assignment. Where is it? Start prompt itself, you're saying. Did I not do that? I've done that. Oh god, and this bullshit where I have to keep reloading it. It's the worst part of it. I'll have to factory reset again. I'll have to install these things again. Do the login again. All of the bad stuff. I just want to see the output for one model and we'll be out of here immediately. Just give me that. Give me that and everything would be fine. Just fine. Let's see. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, okay. That shouldn't have happened, but okay. We can just reset the token data. I also had to not run these, but okay. This can run, it's fine. So the earlier the error was given to me was that tokenize was instantiated before. That is incorrect. That I might have not run that cell. That's why I might have gotten that error. So it should be okay. And also I need to do this later. Okay. And then this. So let's see. How many questions are we in? Oh, we have done all of them. Okay, now. None of them. Why is that? Are we so slow now? Why are we so slow now? I don't get it. Right, this is working. I just hope our final model also works.